thanks to a lot of super chats on the Las Vegas stream when I was having all kinds of audio problems. You and a lot of others are very generous. Spent the money, like I said, on one of these clip-on DJI mics. And supposedly that's the audio you should be hearing right now. Secondly, I've learned that I'm supposed to watch my own stream with the audio off so I can watch your chats more easily. So I'm going to give that a try here too. So let's see. BGI mics, writes Lawrence. It should be, oh, I'm hearing myself here. Let me go ahead and pause that and we'll just watch the stream here. Okay, so we got a lot of chatting going on. Anna says, welcome to ATL, where the players play and the smart folk avoid the downtown connector like the plague. Radud ATL says, you're going to be in my hometown. Can't wait to see what you say. Connor writes, oh boy, here we go. Brian Scanlon, hello from Los Angeles. Mo Cowan says, I lived in Atlanta for 8 years. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. Grumpy Magician says, hi, Bob. Simple Simon says, what up, Rob? Grumpy Magician, Rob. Cheeseburger Network says, favorite. ACR Speed says, hello from Miami. The Car Wash Channel of Northern Pennsylvania and Ohio says, hello from Ohio. DDRD says, good evening. How's road engineering going? Nick 9Click says, Rob, Alob, ding dong. Lawrence Frazier says, I say that because it's the first bit of audio that came through. Cheeseburger Network says, where in Atlanta? Good question. So, Atlanta, before the car, was actually pretty dense. You can see this neighborhood here. The houses are relatively close together, built about a century ago, back at a time when people didn't have cars, so they would walk places. And this neighborhood in particular is a special one because one of the houses you're seeing in the shot right now isn't just a regular house. Let's see if we have any guesses here of what house it is. None yet. But you notice no garages because it was before the car, so people would just walk up to the house. And that allowed really skinny lots that were very walkable. The amount of frontage you needed in front of each house is relatively small. But it's not quite a townhouse like the one mentions just now in the chat. Big Joe asks, are there scooters everywhere? Yes, there are. We'll got my other phone, so we can actually try to ride one here. And Mo Cowan gets it right. This little yellow house here is where Martin Luther King grew up in just east of downtown Atlanta. And as George writes, it's a row house. Well, it's not quite well, yeah, maybe a row house, but there's separation between each of the houses, so they are freestanding houses. But yeah, you can kind of see his father was a preacher. His father came from modest means of being a sharecropper's mom. She grew up daughter of a preacher. And the Ebenezer Baptist Church, where his father preached, he and Dr. King would later preach, is walking distance. It's just right down the street here. We'll probably go for a walk down that way and see it. But this neighborhood is so different from the rest of Metro Atlanta. Today's live stream, I'm not professing to be an Atlanta expert, and I'm probably going to have some moments where if you live in Atlanta or have spent time here, you're going to roll your eyes and go, yeah, Rob doesn't know about. Because that's true, I don't. I can count this many times I've been into the city limits of Atlanta. But some impressions of somebody from out west who's not used to older cities from back east. And just from a development standpoint, a transportation standpoint, I thought this would be neat to see while I'm in the region out here filming. So, to some perspective, I was filming for a YouTube short up in Midtown, and I thought I had plenty of time. You may have noticed the live stream started a couple minutes late. There was a bit of scrambling similar to what you would see at the airport in Home Alone 2 for me to get from there to here, because I hadn't counted on to go 6 miles from Midtown to here would take 36 minutes. Especially because I thought, well, I'm coming into downtown, so what's the problem? And the problem I'm seeing is that while downtown Atlanta over there is a really nice grid, And even over here, it's kind of long, walkable blocks, but blocks. There, as you get farther out of the city, it was probably rural until very recently, like the 50s, you know, right after the war. And so there aren't a lot of through streets. I think Atlanta, when air conditioning happened, saw massive growth all of a sudden. And with the hills and topography and things, didn't have the advantages that a lot of cities, take for instance, Las Vegas. Las Vegas in the 90s saw some really massive growth, but it grew out into old Federal Land Survey blocks because of the Homestead Act and that sort of thing. The federal government came out and sliced it into 1 mile blocks and sometimes even half-mile blocks. And so later, as the city grew out, we just took advantage of those 1.5 mile blocks to be able to kind of have a working road network. But Atlanta is so hilly and there's rivers and hills, it's jaw-dropping to see that coming from the outer northern suburbs to here, that Waze recommended one route and Google Maps recommended one route. Well, and an eco-friendly one that made no sense. And that's so different from what you experience out west, where there's always an option. Maybe a bad option, but there's always an option. The hills and rivers really constrain transportation here in the city of Atlanta. So let's see what we got going on here. Steel airship rights. You should visit the Fan District in Richmond as a good example of a streetcar suburb. Cheeseburger Network. Today I learned Martin Luther King is from Atlanta. Big Joe writes, would you say there's a lot of trees in the streets of Atlanta compared to other cities? The time I spent downtown is a downtown, but the metro area as a whole is probably one of the most tree-filled ones I've seen, even having lived in Portland, Oregon. Georgia is very much a tree state. There's a freeway north of town. It used to be a toll road, Georgia Highway 400, and they're doing an express lanes project. So I went. I'm unfortunately probably not going to have time to do a story on it, but this trip. But I pulled their scroll plots. If you look at project websites, oftentimes they'll have the engineering drawings for a road, and the scroll plot for Georgia 400 shows that they have to chop down a whole bunch of trees on the side of the freeway to add the express lanes on the outside, and it's that's very different from out west where there are not that many trees to chop down. Goldfish writes, hey, it's me from the last stream. I'm the one who's talking about Salem. Well, good to see you. Big Joe, those constraints get bad when it's floods. Simple Simon says, whoop whoop. Adam Booser, what does Atlanta look like before any highways were built? And that's where I'm not professing to be an expert, but as I mentioned, if you're just joining the stream now, this house here is not just a regular dense pre-car house. This was the birthplace of Martin Luther King, and so there's a lot of history along this street, which we'll check out as we walk around. But let's flip the camera around for a minute, and also up front, if I'm mirrored, which I'm sure I am, that's a YouTube app glitch. And I've spent an enormous amount of time on message boards and searching YouTube, which is a very broken search engine nowadays, trying to figure out how to make the selfie camera the way it's supposed to be. And I don't know what it's going to take. But the good news is when I flip the camera around, we'll be back to normal here. So you can see this is a vacant lot here. And as we the pot sign behind it. And as we walk away from Dr. King's house going north, coming up here, if you're following on the map, it would be Old Wheat Street, and the cross street here is Hogue, H-O-U-G-E. You can kind of see the way houses were built back a century ago. When people don't have cars to walk in, the first thing you notice is none of these houses have a garage in the front or in the back or anywhere. And when you don't have vehicle storage on the property, it allows the houses to be a lot closer together. And also it serves two purposes, right? Like, because you don't have cars, you have to walk. So because you don't have cars, the houses are closer together, but also because the houses are closer together, it's easier to walk. And so that's one of the challenges we've had in modern suburbs. And as you get outside of Atlanta proper and go out into the suburbs, is you see the opposite. Because we have a car, the houses don't have to be close together. And unlike out west, where you have constraints about the amount of private property that's available, partly because a lot of property outside of town is federal, it's public. It's Bureau of Land Management land that you can just walk around and enjoy and camp on. Not necessarily a national park, but just public land. So it's not for sale. So cities like Las Vegas run into building constraints where eventually they're going to hit that line, and then there's no more private property left to develop to grow the city. That's not a problem in Georgia. Georgia predates the United States, not just the Federal Land Survey. The land was already divvied up into private hands long before they were even thinking about the Homestead Act. So it's private property owners basically endlessly across the whole state able to chop things up. And the second constraint you have out west that you don't have back east is water. You know, again, to use Las Vegas as an example, but this would be true of Colorado and Utah, Montana, and others, is you can't just put a well in the ground and have enough, be able to pump water out of the ground to support your house. You have to actually get it from runoff from the mountains. And so without that, and it's very expensive to capture the runoff. So if you're going to be putting all this infrastructure in for water, you want to squish as many houses together as you can. And so one perspective is, while this neighborhood is relatively dense again because it was very walkable, in California, it would be typical for a building lot to be maybe 8,000 square feet, somewhere kind of in the neighborhood of about 1/6 of an acre. The state of Georgia, just generally speaking, is close to half an acre. So it's about 3 times the amount of land per house. And partly that's because you can just go anywhere in the state and drop a well in the ground and probably be able to get decent drinking water. And then for sewer, we don't run sewer, you do leach lines. I think that's something that doesn't get talked about quite enough with development in the West versus development in the East, is Georgia, Tennessee, you know, all the Appalachia states here. If you're going to do leach lines and septic tanks, you actually kind of need to spread the houses out to like half an acre so there's enough room for the septic systems to work. So your suburbs start getting very, very sprawly because you have these big septic systems. Where out west, if you're already constrained by the water, well, if you're putting pipe down the street for water, you might as well put a pipe down the street for the sewer. And so now the houses can be relatively close together. A couple blocks to the south here was you can't see it yet, but there was a textile factory during, I think the original one got burned down when Sherman came to town. It's not a name that's real popular to talk about around here, but the textile plant reopened, and 100 years ago there'd be people working there. I think it was open until the 1970s. But they had this thing here, and there's a plaque for it called the shotgun houses. And they're these little townhouses like these that you see throughout this part of town. And basically it was the Empire Textile Company built them for employees to be able to work in, and they were called the shotgun house because the layout architecturally is so simple. They were saying if you fired a shot through the front door, it'd go right through the back door. So, and it's very, very simple architecturally. But this is now a piece of history as well. The row of these shotgun houses here, right across the street from Martin Luther King's childhood home. So we'll point back at that direction here. The yellow house that is a national monument, so they actually have it fenced off right now. They're doing some renovation on it to get it fixed back up, which I imagine they have to do from time to time. Let me stop here for a moment, and I'll make the world flip backwards again. Thanks to the YouTube app. I'll take a look here and see what we got going on here with the chat. So a backwards look at Dr. King's house here. All right, so what we miss here? Step into the mirror universe, writes Steel Airship. Bigfoot writes, hey Rob, excited to catch a live stream. Thanks for doing these videos. Oh, you're welcome. Does anyone know of the, writes DDR Dangan Vlogger 21, does anyone know of a 3-lane expansion of Interstate 85 has been completed yet? And who goes 140 instead of the posted speed limit of 110? I guess I'm missing the joke on the speed thing there, but I didn't see a particular expansion project when I was on 75 or coming down to 85 today. I did jump off early. I'm not as familiar with the Atlanta projects, partly because you get this far out east and it gets a little more off my radar. But Eric Van der Greg writes, Waymo spotted. Yes, there's been quite a few of them around town. I think they just opened the Atlanta market recently. You can see it down there waiting at the light. And LA, unfortunately, is suspended service after some of them caught fire, which has been an entirely different issue that gets complicated to talk about. So, Big Joe writes, which skyscraper is my favorite? So, well, in Metro Atlanta, the one that used to be called the Peachtree Tower was one I always liked. It round, and I think on the game, it wouldn't have been SimCity 2000 because it wasn't realistic enough, but I think in SimCity 3000 they had the Peachtree Tower as a thing that you could unlock and put in your city, and I was always working to try to get the Peachtree Tower, so that was a fun one. Gabriel writes, hey Rob, could you explain why some of the tunnel lighting is so complicated while some is super simple? I feel like today I'm saying a lot of, I don't know what I know. I would imagine tunnel lighting gets more complicated based on the length of the tunnel, right? So when I was filming in Wyoming for the live stream, or not live stream, the video about the tunnel fire there, it had very simple lighting because it was just a conduit running down the middle with lights, but it was an 1,100-foot tunnel. And I imagine as the tunnel gets bigger and you start to get kind of a weird lighting effect, there's probably a lot of engineering that I'm not, educated in yet, that takes a look at, for instance, if you don't want to start having kind of like a strobe effect as you're driving through that starts to mess up your eyes and make it very difficult to, it's so, that could be that's what starts to add some of the complexity to tunnel lighting. But if I were to talk much more beyond that, I'd just be making things up, and I want to be grounded in source. But that's something to think about. I've thought about now wanting to do a video on a bigger tunnel, having now done one on a small tunnel. So, Peachtree Plaza, writes Tommy Jones Productions. Okay, so that's the building there. So that'd be my favorite skyscraper in Atlanta. But nationally, I unironically pre 9/11 kind of like the Twin Towers, like that brutalist construction of just like this just unapologetic box that just went, and two of them, just like two big steel boxes that just went up in the air. I always thought was a neat design, and I was a fan of the World Trade Center even before 9/11, but I never got a chance to see them, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. So let's go for a walk down this way and look at how the neighborhood kind of transitions to something that's a little more, let's see, I'm going to flip you this way so it's not backwards here. And you can kind of see again these on the right, the shotgun houses, a row of them here. You know, it's makes me, 100 years ago, there was a lot of problems. You had, I mean, the textile plant over here had children working in it until the 1930s because child labor hadn't been banned yet. Addie.
Ready.
And so it's as fun as it is architecturally to reminisce about a different time in history and think, oh, that's kind of neat that we were able to build affordable little houses like this that textile workers could work in. Children were working in those factories, like I say, until the 1930s. So as much as I complain about the problems of today and the affordability, I should say the unaffordability of housing pretty much anywhere in the country. I've never been anywhere in the country that's affordable for the people who live there. It's still, I would not trade our time for theirs because I appreciate that children are not working in the textile factory, you know. I appreciate that people are actually able to have jobs where they can start to use their mind, at least some, rather than just effectively being a meat robot on the line. Adam writes, can houses be built so close to the street? Sure. I mean, what's the constraint here that would be a problem? It was built at a time when there were no cars, and you know, why, you know, you have an urban area where you're trying to minimize the amount of space. Now, it could be the sidewalk, obviously probably came a lot later, and so that encroached on what was originally there, and roads were more or less, you know, mud until the 1920s and 30s. So it may look closer than it originally was. You know, I don't have historic photographs to be able to go back and look, but it was a different time. CR12 writes, you can put houses closer to the street if there are no zoning regulations for minimum setbacks. Yes, so one of the things that really limits the ability to do housing kind of with some creativity is in the 1929 or 1926, somewhere around there, you'd have a problem in cities where there were no rules, and so you'd have like a dead animal rendering plant right next door to a neighborhood. And so cities started to argue, well, we should be able to separate out different land uses and say, you know, let's take a you know, the dead animal plant and say it's just not allowed in certain parts of the city. That's a good theory. Got a little worse when Berkeley, California used it as a way to, they said, oh, well, we don't want commercial uses in our city. Well, what Berkeley were really saying was segregation. They were coming in and saying there's certain types of businesses they didn't want in all white neighborhoods. And so as a form of racism to segregate out people they didn't want in their neighborhood, they used zoning as a social weapon to you know, but the zoning, you know, the segregation over time went away with the Civil Rights Act in 1964 and the Equal Housing Act, but the zoning never went away. Today we use zoning, I would argue, probably for one purpose, and that's economic segregation. If you require a minimum amount of land in order to have government permission to build a house, then you have effectively priced out groups of people that you would consider economically undesirable from your neighborhood. That's still allowed. There's no crime to say that you can't price somebody out. And so some of the tools we use are, again, minimum lot size. Say, oh, you have to have half an acre. Okay, well, if half an acre costs $600,000, I'm pretty sure none of us are living in that neighborhood, right? Or very few of us would be. Because before you even talk of a building on your lot, you have to consume $600,000 worth of land minimum, even though there's no technical or engineering reason that you'd need that much land. It's just a political decision that we make. And one could argue that that's a subtler form of segregation compared to the overt segregation that used to exist in the United States, and especially in the South, in places here like Atlanta. And so anyway, it's just something to think about. I think the intentions of zoning were good, because obviously nobody wants a nasty smelling industrial facility right next to a neighborhood, although we're going to probably walk down to where one used to exist here. But in practice, it's just been a form of economic segregation, you know. And so, and I mean, then you get all this stuff that gets attached to it about minimum, not just minimum lot sizes, but setbacks. And sometimes setbacks make sense. You know, I mean, what if they widen the street later? You want to have enough front yard to be able to widen it later. The theory in California, they say, oh, we need more setbacks because the fire will jump from house to house. Well, you know, does it? Because there's plenty of townhouses that do just fine, you know. It's funny how in one neighborhood something can be perfectly safe from a fire standpoint, but in another, suddenly it's a fire hazard. Another landmark of the civil rights movement is right here, and this is the Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King, the senior and junior, preached. And this is the heart of a lot of what the civil rights movement in Atlanta was preached here. You know, we always talk in politics about the Christian right, but I think a group that don't get a lot of credit is the Christian left, and they kind of maybe right now. You know, I'm not doing a whole political thing, but I'm just mentioning a fact. The Christian left have no home at the moment, you know, but the Christian left were pivotal in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. And so, but this is the building. This is where the sermons were preached. But the takeaway from it, for our purposes today, is that where we started a few minutes ago at Martin Luther King's childhood home just down the street, in a matter of just a couple of minutes, we walked down here without a car. You know, the people of this neighborhood didn't need enormous parking lots to be able to attend church on Sunday. Because of the way, you know, and that was something that worked for a long time, and it's very different from the way you'd see in the rest of Metro Atlanta, where, you know, to be able to build a new Baptist church, cities would require an enormous amount of space. So, but yes, this is another piece of history here in Metro Atlanta. Let's take a look and see what you're writing here. Grab my other phone out. I would show you my face, but then we'd be, you know, showing this landmark backwards, and I don't mind, you know, I don't know, I just don't feel good about showing landmark buildings backwards if I can avoid it. Okay, so how do I get the chat to come back here? I think I have to refresh the stream here on here. Okay, so Tommy Jones writes, if you take a right on Jackson Street, about 4 blocks up is the Jackson Street Bridge, where the opening shot of the Walking Dead series was filmed. Well, we could go do that. Let me take a look at the map here and see where the Jackson Street Bridge is. So I see Jackson Place, Jackson Street. So this would be making a right-hand turn and then crossing over, I'm assuming it would be over the John Lewis Freedom Parkway, which looks like a kind of a freeway stub. Yeah, we could do that. I'll continue to show the first camera. So anyway, this is, like I say, again, shows the development pattern of a century ago, where it made sense that somebody would be able to, without a car, attend church on foot, and they could, you know. By the way, across the street is the national monument for the civil rights movement, the Dr. Martin Luther King National Historic Park. And from what I understand, this building is a new Ebenezer Baptist Church, but it's you know, so that way this can continue to be a landmark. So looks like there's been a lot of work done to keep it in good shape. Now, growing up out in the West, where history starts at a, you know, if you see a building from the 1950s, it's considered historic. This was originally organized the church in 1886. So, you know, out east, there's, you know, towns that were incorporated in the 1600s, you know, which is just, like I say, it's again, I growing up in Salt Lake City in particular, where history started about 1975, and non-Indigenous history literally does start about 1850. So it's, you know, my perception of what's old, you know, I would think of something like the Roman Empire as being like ancient history. But if you go to England, to the town of Bath, apparently I haven't been, there's still an operating Roman bath it's been operating for 2,000 years. And you go to the Middle East, there's families who've been living in the same spot for millennia, you know. So it's kind of cute, I suppose, to people in the world of, as Americans, what we consider old. And then people even here on the East Coast who have hundreds of years of history must think it's kind of hilarious when I'm sad that a building from 1975 is getting torn down because it's so old and right? So, okay. Or if you're following along on Google Maps, we've got, this is Jackson Street, heading north as, I'm trying to find my chat window here. Not Discord. Why am I opening Discord? Yeah, Tommy Jones mentions if I head north on Jackson Street 4 blocks, that's where the opening shot of Walking Dead was. Well, I'm gonna need some coaching on that because I haven't watched the show. So I'm just not into zombies. Evidently, I'm into Crooked Lawyers in Albuquerque. That was fun to watch, but zombies weren't my thing. Steel Airship writes, some of the Pueblo villages in the Southwest are over 1,000 years old and still continuously inhabited. Oh, that's neat. That's why I have to specify Utah's non-Indigenous history is 150 years old because obviously the Ute tribes and Paiutes and things go way back. And just the problem, I don't know if it's just the amount of source material we have for history or if it's just the nature of the curriculum, but you know, the Indigenous history of Utah was probably only one chapter of Utah studies, and I think that's a little bit of a shame, you know, because I'd like to know more about the history of the state. It's not about political correctness or anything like that. It's just about completeness. You know, I'd like to know more, the broader picture. You know, history's not a political cause. History's not a campaign or a religious teaching. History's just kind of a neat thing. It's like math. You just sort of like discover it, and then it becomes a thing to enjoy as you enjoy its completeness, you know. Mo writes, the view from the bridge is really amazing. Okay, well, I look forward to checking it out here in a few blocks. Instead of a steady cam, I have a tripod. So I folded up the tripod and I'm trying to hold it as steady as I can, and I'm sure it's just horrible. But and Hanson writes, I remember the Cesar Chavez marches in California. Was that probably back in the 60s, I believe, right? Cesar Chavez was one that I didn't really know much about until I moved to California. And particularly when I lived in the Central Valley, where it started to be a local cause. And you look at the agriculture of California and realize, yeah, having some decency to make sure the people picking our food and making sure we're fed are treated with, you know, some humanity and dignity, I think that was a very justifiable cause. You know, I understand that it can make things more expensive, but I think it's a little difficult to sleep at night knowing that the product you're consuming, pardon me, that's okay. The product that you're consuming, a person basically suffered to make it for you. Routinely, I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to be politically correct or anything here. I'm just saying, just talk about heart and morality, and this sidewalk's been in kind of poor shape. What I'm figuring is that you've had some pretty good upheaval of the trees pushing the sidewalks up, and I don't see any years stamped in it. It would be interesting to know just how old these sidewalks are. But I can understand people feeling frustrated with the city, wondering why something basic like a sidewalk would be in that kind of shape. You know, I think sometimes this would not be true downtown, but in the suburbs, you get the subdivision developer to pay to put in the original sidewalk. You know, the homeowner pays for it, you know, through buying the house ultimately, but then if you have sorry, I'm walking at the same time, and I'm in office body shape, so I started to run out of air here. Okay. So, anyway, finishing my thought there is, you have to have a plan set up of how you're going to maintain the sidewalk over time. Otherwise, there you go, your opening shot from The Walking Dead. Just a sea of brake lights waiting for a traffic signal. I'm sure that's exactly what you meant, right? I'm betting it's actually over here. So let's, when it's safe to jaywalk, we'll go across, take a look here. Okay, looks pretty good to me. Okay. So, a shot of the freeway approaching the downtown. And if I'm daring, I might try to stand with it not in selfie mode and see if I'll take a look on my phone here and see how I'm lined up here. That way you don't have to see it backwards. Okay, I think this is mine. I'm delayed a little bit, so I have to wait until I get caught up with where I'm standing. Okay, maybe right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now I'm caught up. Okay. Ann Hansen writes, those sidewalks were put in when the neighborhood was built, so some of them could be 60 plus years old. Well, remember, a lot of these houses too were a century old. You know, Martin Luther King was born in 1929. I'm not an encyclopedia. I just know that because that's when my late grandfather was born, and I saw it on a plaque the other day. And so if he was born in 29 and was growing up there in the 30s, that house would have to be at least 80, 90 years old, for 90-something years old for him to have grown up in it. So if the sidewalks got built shortly after that, then you're probably right. They probably are at least 60 years old. So welcome to The Walking Dead, evidently. I haven't seen any zombies yet, but if I do, I'll call the zombie 911, and then the zombie hunters will come get them. I'm not exactly sure the plot of that show. Tommy Jones writes, I'm less than a mile from that spot. Good. So as I say wrong things about Atlanta, you can correct me. So Atlanta was settled by the Pilgrims in 1492, and it was such a cold climate that many of the people froze to death the first year they were here. Let me know if that's right. Mo Callan writes, I lived on Charles Allen right off of Ponce. And those are names I recognize. I couldn't point you in the correct direction. But let's see. Peter writes, MLK and Anne Frank were both born in the same year. That's interesting. And my grandfather, who passed away a year or two ago, and my other grandmother was actually in 1929. It's fascinating to think about people as almost time machines, because the world was so different in 1929 from what it is today. But my grandfather lived till about a year and a half or so ago, and how much the world had changed, and be able to talk to him about it. And I have a new niece now who was just born in September. First nephew or niece, first grandchild for my parents. You know, it's very, very exciting. And I get thinking, she's very likely, being born in 25, to live to like 2110, 2120. She'll get to see the year 2100, and I won't. I'll be gone long before then. And what's the world of 2100 going to look like? I mean, if you think about the world in 1925, think about Europe in 25, think about North America in 25, and how much the world changed by the time you got to the year 2000. The nations that had changed, the wars that have been fought, the technology, the fact that in 1925 people were living in houses like Martin Luther King's, where it was walking distance, no cars, you know, everything close together. And by the year 2000, they're building these huge suburbs north of Atlanta where you have like minimum lot sizes of an acre, right? Just how much the world changed. And it makes me wonder, what's the world of 2100 going to be that my niece will see, that I'll never have the privilege of seeing? And if I do, I'm going to be completely crackers and out of my mind, because I'll be like 115. I don't know if I want to be there, but you know, I think there's a YouTube channel called Kurzgesagt, which is German for in short. They call themselves Kurzgesagt in a nutshell, and they have these really well-researched videos. And sometimes I get, probably like you, I get pessimistic about the world, and I worry about what the future holds for all of us. And they made a point that if you go back, I think they made the video last year, 2024, is if you go back to 1924 and you scoured academics and like futurists, and you found one of the most optimistic futurists and had them write their predictions of what they thought life would be like in 2024. Better yet, you hopped them in a time machine, you brought them to the year 2024, their jaw would be on the floor in joy at how much progress humanity had made in a century. Like even their most optimistic expectations of what life could be like, maybe we met him in different ways than he anticipated, but the fact that I'm able to talk to you anywhere on this planet that has cell service with 2 candy bars, right? I can look up almost anything in history on a candy bar. I can talk to, you know, people who travel halfway around the world can talk to their parents on a candy bar. The fact that I can go all the way across the country in a relatively inexpensive, although they're getting kind of expensive now, little metal coffin on wheels with air conditioning, and I can be in Atlanta. Let this gentleman by. It's all good. Can you imagine somebody in 1924 who like the Model T was the best thing we had going for us, you know? Brian writes, if you make it to 2125, if you're still here in 20 years and line quite well. I hope I'm here in 20 years. Let's see. Ann Hansen wrote, Star Trek actually got a bunch of things right. Well, I was thinking about that the other day. I was going, well, what did Star Trek get right and what did they get wrong? Okay, Next Generation totally got wrong economics because they basically live in a world where everything's free. And that's definitely not the case. Maybe if the replicator gets invented, then everything will be free. And they live in space, so like there's no land costs, right? But yeah, so far it doesn't look like we're on track for the replicator. Let people walk by here. But it's all good. You can go by. So yeah, I'm just doing a dumb live stream talking about Atlanta, so it's all good. The whole flip phone thing of like the communicator, Kirk to Enterprise, you know. The Picard was better, but we kind of got that. What else we get? I don't know. I'm not enough of a Trekkie to know what they got right and wrong. But Jason J. writes, the climate scientists of the 1890s would be very confused of why we didn't listen to them. I don't know my climate science enough to know the history on it, but I do know that climate scientists of any era would probably be losing a little sleep of the world that we're in right now. Ann Hansen writes, you're holding the communicator in your hand. I know. Let's see. Isaac McAnich writes, the freeway was originally meant to expand much farther than the stub that was built, and there's a lot of history about the opposition to it. Land was cleared for it just past the stub, and it's now a park. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because let me flip this around here, literally flip it around. We'll take a look at the stub down there. It's a very short freeway. They have that really nice interchange that we've been looking at here. But if you pinch in here, let's see if I can, I guess I got to tip up here. Hold on. There we go. Zoom in and enhance. Enhance. But you can see it's not a very long freeway, right? It just stubs not even a mile out of downtown. That's a half a mile. So that's not particularly useful. Over a year ago when I went and visited Carmel, that was the big takeaway I got, is that I think in the urban planning circles, it's very easy to badmouth urban freeways because of how disruptive they are to cities. What I noticed in Carmel, though, is where they converted an at-grade city street into something with bridges and ramps. You know, maybe that wasn't a freeway proper in terms of it being to interstate highway standards, but it was definitely a nice grade-separated road. You don't need a road that's all that wide to move a heck of a lot of cars. And so that, excuse me, that big intersection you're looking at there with the 2 turn lanes and the right-hand turn lane and the 2 through lanes and the 3 oncoming lanes, what were you adding that all up to be? Is that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lanes? Probably could get by with 4. You know, you could chop that footprint in half if we replace that with a bridge, and the next intersection with a bridge, and the next one with a bridge. But the problem is people saw when interstate highways went through cities and just decimated them, they said, oh, well, we don't want to build more freeways of any kind. If it has bridges and ramps, we don't want it. And so a lot of freeways projects got stopped because the interstate highway standards are big. You know, they have big footprints, and they, you know, the video a couple of months ago about the Mount Hood Freeway in Portland, had they just built like a little smallish kind of grade separated road, it would have still been very disruptive, but you might have been able to weave it into the fabric of the city a little bit better. But because they were trying to build it to interstate highway standards with the 70-mile-an-hour curves and really wide shoulders off to the side, and long ramps that semi-trucks can comfortably brake on and accelerate on, it just consumed so much land that it forever soured Portland on ever building any freeways. And I suspect Atlanta, I don't know the history, like what you mentioned, you said there's a lot of history of opposition to finishing this freeway. It's possible that it was something that they wanted to build to interstate highway standards, and it just would have, like you say, they had to purchase so much land to do it that it got soured out. And these things get expensive. Once the federal aid started wrapping up, around 1990 when the interstate highway system completed, the pot of money there's still tons of federal aid. It's just the pot of money is really barely big enough to help states maintain what they've got, maybe do a few widenings here and there, or repairs. It's not enough to build full-on freeways. So, but yeah, it's a little bit interesting here to see the history of the stub here, because I kind of feel like Atlanta would be well served to have had a few more freeways built out if they could have done it, but probably, especially central Atlanta, it's probably now forever too late to have anything like that. So See how I line up when the stream catches up here. Okay. What use does this short highway serve, writes Adam? Well, you probably have to ask an Atlanta native, because I haven't researched it. Right now, it doesn't look like it serves much. It keeps some cars off of a street down there, but then it creates a lot of congestion on the north-south streets that intersect it. So this street's moving great because we're actually on an overpass, you know. So, oh man, I am way out of frame here. Let's see what we can do here to, am I still zoomed in? Let's zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Really, that's just the best you can do, huh? All right. Come on, Atlanta. Be cool. Tommy writes, we need more transit and fewer cars. Probably, yeah, well, certainly in central Atlanta, absolutely. You know, one of the challenges is, even if I could squeeze a bunch of freeways into central Atlanta, into the city proper, one, where do you put them without them being unbelievably disruptive? But two, and I don't think we talk about this enough, when the cars come on, enter and exit the freeway, how do I handle the streams of traffic coming on and off the freeway? And you really kind of can't, because a lot of these are old roads that are pretty skinny and are going to be skinny forever. And so, you know, what do I do to deal with those? But as you get to the outer suburbs, you have an area that has committed themselves to living on half-acre lots. You can come by if you need to. You have people who have committed themselves to living on half-acre lots, don't want to fund expanding MARTA, and basically just have bus service. So that's fine, if that's what the outer, you know, the northern suburbs want to do, then we got to say, hey, we're going to buy out a bunch of houses and put in another beltway, because fine, if the area doesn't want to go the route of trying to urbanize and do transit, and they're, like I mentioned earlier, they're locked in with septics, right? So part of the problem is, I come in and I say, hey, I want to build up, and they go, yeah, but there's no sewer system in our city, it's all septic. You know, so, but that's fine. If that's what they want to do, then we need to build the type of infrastructure to serve it, and it's going to be expensive and highly disruptive to the neighborhood to build that out. You know, even just widening Georgia 400, where they chopped all the trees out, you know, that's mildly disruptive. You know, this is going to be majorly disruptive because I'm carving right through the middle of cities to build that second beltway. But as you get into Metro Atlanta, MARTA is wonderful, but MARTA's the backbone. What we need now is, it would be wonderful to see I don't know, regional sales tax measure or something that could now start to build a lot of BRT and streetcars and light rails things that fed into MARTA. So every time you get off MARTA, you have a way of being able to go into a neighborhood. You don't just end up, you know, you get up north, not Buckhead, but just on the other side of the Beltway. But they have a MARTA station that's just a parking garage. It's fantastic. You have a big freeway off ramp, and you go right into a MARTA parking garage. And so it's a great way. Whoa, that bus. Bus went by and shook the bridge, and my instinct is earthquake. I'm not out west. But you have this great system for getting in and out of the MARTA station by car in a big garage. That's good, because every single one of those cars that parks in the MARTA garage is not on the freeway, so that helps. But it would be really cool if they had a good network of transit feeding that station. Up in the northern suburbs, I don't know that you ever can, because if a friend of mine came out here to settle down, take a new job, leave the West, become a Georgian and ATL resident, and just, you know, so he lives up off of, I don't know, like 575 up that way. And he bought a very affordable house by the standards of the West, a very modest, you know, entry-level kind of house. And he has 3/4 of an acre just for him. And so one of the challenges you run into why you can never have transit in a city like that is a transit system. You think of it as like a line, right? You have taxpayers per linear mile. And so when you have neighborhoods like this, where there's relatively high density stuff around here, you got the apartment buildings that are relatively tall, and we were just over in that neighborhood near Martin Luther King's birthplace, where the houses are very close together. But all the people who live in places like these are taxpayers along a linear mile of transit. And so if I can fix my tripod here, got it all folded up funny when I oh yeah, there we go. Fix this thing. All right. They help pay for the transit system, right? Because for every mile of mass transit that you build, you may have thousands or tens of thousands of potential customers who are able to pay for that transit system. But you get to those northern suburbs where everybody is on 3/4 of an acre. I mean, give it for some perspective, numbers I was throwing around earlier if you're just joining. In California, people tend to live on lots. The median lot size for a single family house in the suburbs is like 8,000 something square feet. So I don't know, it comes out to like a sixth of an acre, right? And so, you talk about sprawl in California, but it's really fairly dense sprawl. The houses are really close together, and it's still sprawl, there's still garages and things, but even with California having only density of a sixth of an acre, it can still be very difficult to get the required density that you need to be able to support significant mass transit in places like the San Fernando Valley and the LA Basin and the Inland Empire, Orange County, right? Metro Atlanta, you get outside the city of Atlanta and you start going north, and the median lot size in the state of Georgia is, I think, about half an acre. So it's 3 times the amount of land. Well, you run into 2 problems. One, remind me to pick this up. I need my other phone there, but I need both hands. Try to gesticulate what I'm saying here. One is that you have each house consumes more land. And so for me to get from work to my house, I have to pass all of your houses. Now, if each one of us is consuming a sixth of an acre, I can pass by all your houses in a relatively short distance. But if all of us consume 3/4 of an acre, well, then I have a much longer run because I have to pass each one of your yards to get to my yard, okay? So I need more miles of mass transit to be able to get to where I need to go. But there was same number of us, right? So if we all lived in the same city and all of our houses together meant that from one station to the next, a mile apart, we could pass everybody's houses and get to the station we need to get on and off at, maybe we could afford to pay for it. But if all of us own 3/4 of an acre, and now you have to go 2.5 miles or 3 miles, I have to build triple the transit that I had to build before with the same number of taxpayers. And so if there aren't enough taxpayers to build a robust transit system in Los Angeles, in the suburbs, how on earth is Metro Atlanta supposed to do it when the yard sizes are so big? The same problem applies to the freeway too. We just see it in a different way. So this is going to make some urban planners come and chop my head off, but bear with me. The freeway system is cheaper to build than transit. So that's why we build it. And no, it's not. It costs billions of dollars. That's true. But when you build a freeway, you build the capital expense, you have the maintenance costs, and then you're done. When you build a transit system, you have the capital costs, you have the maintenance expense, and then you have all the operational costs, the cost of the vehicles, the mechanics works on the vehicles, fueling the vehicles, powering the vehicles, and then the most expensive part, staffing the operators who drive the vehicles, work on the vehicles, and provide security for the vehicles, and administrative costs, right? So you put all of that together, in perpetuity, transit's always costing a lot of money. Roads, theoretically, you could slumlord it and just say, we're just going to stop maintaining it, but you can still drive on it. And then it's technically free for a while, right? So there's a lot of games you can play with roads to keep the costs down that you can't do with transit. I can't slumlord a transit system and say, well, we're just not going to hire any bus operators. And then, well, you do that, you don't have a bus service anymore. I'm not going to hire any train operators. Well, you don't have a train service anymore. So you always have a lot more expense to go with the transit system. And so that's why you go to Southern California, they have freeways, right? Because you're outsourcing all the operational costs to the user, right? That's your problem. You figure out how to cut corners on maintenance on your car, and things that you can do. Treat driving like a part-time job that you do for free, so that we don't have to hire a train operator or a bus operator. You're the operator. You're the car operator, right? So Metro Atlanta, even with all the freeways that they have built, there's still not enough taxpayers per mile to really get them to the robust shape that they need to be. And you have that same problem of you're driving past people's yards, and so you have a longer drive. Think about it another way. Traffic isn't the total number of cars on the road. If that were the case, one could argue downtown would be the worst. I mean, okay, imagine a fictional downtown where everybody down there parked in a parking garage and drove, right? That'd be awful, right? But it might not be quite as awful as we would imagine, because the amenities that they need to go to are so short that they still might not need to drive anyway. They just leave the car in the garage. And when they do take the car out of the garage and go down to the grocery store, they might only be driving on the road a quarter of a mile, right? But if I'm up in the northern suburbs of Atlanta and I want to go to Walmart, I got to drive a mile down a road, drive a mile down another road, get on the 400 freeway, drive 5 or 6 miles on that, then get off and drive another mile. And so even though there aren't as many people in the suburbs, because we spread them out thinking, oh, that'll be better for traffic because we disperse the population, the traffic on the road is the number of people on the road multiplied by the length of the journey. So if downtown you had 10,000 people going a quarter mile, that's still going to be better off than having 500 people going 4 or 5 miles. And so I'm starting to put all the pieces together. I go, why does driving in Atlanta feel so much worse than it does in California? And the answer is, in California, everything's packed together a little tighter, and so I think a lot of people are able to achieve what they want to do shorter distance. You have more freeways to choose from because you have more taxpayers per mile to support them, and you don't have the enormous amounts of land consumption that you have here. And then you add into geography. It's hilly in Atlanta. There's river crossings. Sometimes there's just only one way to get to where you want to go, because you have to go up and down and over the hills. So it's an interesting takeaway that creates a unique challenge to this area, and probably other metro regions in this part of the country, that you don't see in more land constrained areas. So, all right, let's pick this back up so I don't leave it behind. Kick Turner writes, so where exactly are you, Rob? Evidently, according to other people watching, I'm at the intro to the zombie killer show, Walking Dead. So, no, this is a highway, or a street overpass over the, it's a John Lewis Parkway, I believe. I'm trying to remember the name of the public figure that they named this after. And then I think that's Interstate 75 there. 75 and 85 actually mashed together through downtown. So that part of why the traffic is so wild is because as you come from the north, at the Beltway, you got like 3 or 4 different freeways all kind of coming in diagonally, and then 475 mashed, or 485 mashed together, and then 85 and 75 mashed together. So coming through downtown, you got one freeway, and then as you get back out of town, they split back out. And so, I mean, it's just eye-opening to me, because I've never been in a metropolitan area of this size where you had basically no choice. There is the perimeter Beltway, but it's fairly far out there, and because it serves as the one and only alternate route, plus serving the communities it touches, from what I understand, the Beltway traffic is really bad. The GPS says, now, better to just stare at brake lights on 75 and 85 than to go all the way out fight traffic on the Beltway and then fight traffic coming back in. So it's just a different kind of metro area I'm just not familiar with. All right, we have a enormous, I gotta drink water on this, an enormous super chat. The first of the afternoon/evening, depending on where you are, from Ryan Jardina with a, I think, maybe not first ever, but darn close to first ever, triple-digit super chat. So Ryan, thank you very much, and I encourage you to ask a question or make some kind of comment, because with a triple-digit super chat, you deserve a good 20 minutes of yammering. I'd be happy to talk about whatever you want. So I will talk about the only clue I have here, which is an avatar of Bender from Futurama, who just today I made the connection listening to there's this great podcast I listen to. I actually pay him money on Patreon called Talking Simpsons. And my dream would be that someday Talking Simpsons would invite me to be on to talk about an episode of The Simpsons. But anyway, they're big fans of The Simpsons. They're going chronologically through all the Simpsons episodes ever, as well as talking about shows like Futurama. And today on the podcast mentioned that Bender from Futurama is wordplay for a bender when you've been drinking, which is so obvious now that I hear it. But at the time, I didn't make the connection that like they mean the same bender. So anyway, that's really cool of you, Ryan. Thank you so much again. Everybody join me in thanking Ryan for, I'll give you a thumbs up, Ryan. But Ryan writes, be happy and safe, buddy, will do. Atlanta feels like a great city. Like I'm sure all big cities have neighborhoods that are, you feel a little unsafe in, but everywhere I've been in the city feels great. I really like Atlanta a lot. I got a kick out of the only city I've done a live stream from, and you may have joined me to watch this one, was probably 2 summers ago, visiting Chicago. And there's such a reputation in social media and things that naturally all of Chicago is a place that the minute you open your car door, you get stabbed. And downtown Chicago, where we did the live stream, couldn't have been better. It was wonderful. A lot of great people, great energy, people going out to eat and to party, have a drink and go see the waterfront, and just a great vibe to downtown Chicago. One of the better downtowns I've ever been to. And so, I don't know, I so far haven't. I think the only place, did we do a live stream where we went to where the fire was in LA, where the Interstate 10 caught fire? I know I went down there to film for the story. I don't know if we did that as a live stream, but that's one of the few places I've been where I go, this is kind of sketchy. The other was Valencia Street in San Francisco. Was lovely. It was a great, anybody says San Francisco is a dead city. It depends what block you're on. So Valencia Street, to quote the owner of the Landline Home Furnishing Store, he goes, Valencia Street is poppin'. I love the way he says that. It's poppin'. It was great. But you go 2 blocks over to Mission Street and you literally have open air fencing markets. All the stuff that got ripped off from Walgreens, and they're just selling it out on the street. At the transit station, like the transit police, the BART people are just turning a blind eye to it, and they got blankets out and they're just selling bottles of shampoo and stuff. 2 blocks from Valencia. So I have this new theory that the difference between a good neighborhood and a bad neighborhood is 2 blocks. So that's my theory anyway. So Ryan, thank you very much again, and I will try to keep an eye out for any more chats you have, because with a generous super chat like that, you deserve it. So thank you very much. Laser92, second super chat of the night. Good to see you. Laser92 writes, do you always drive to the destinations where you film these live streams? Do you ever fly to any of them? And how do you decide where to travel to? So, because this is my job to make these videos, thanks to you contributing on Patreon and the little bit of money that comes in from YouTube, I've just continued to live like a college student, even though I'm now almost double the age. And it's just fun. But so it's economy of scale. When there's an opportunity to come to a region, I milk it. So I can give you a sneak peek of what's going on right now. So I came out east in part because a viewer wrote me in January to let me know about work his company was doing with some of the Hurricane Helene damage on country highways in Tennessee. But the weather's been so bad, and I just haven't felt, and with production schedules and deadlines and things like, traveling wasn't practical. And so as I got into May, a number of things happened. One, because of tariffs, my sister lost her job. It was a company that made in America. They manufactured stuff in the West and exported it to professionals all over the world. And about 50% of their sales were to international clients. And because of the trade war that has happened, and I'm trying not to be political, but because of the trade war that's happened, their business fell apart, and they are doing round after round of layoffs, and the company's basically toast. Because even if tariffs were to magically go away now, the damage has been done. People have changed their suppliers, and it's looking bad. But the layoffs are just beginning. And my sister was the first round of layoffs. So I've been traveling out east to help her get her house in condition to rent out so that she can move home to my parents while we refigure the mess of technology, the tech industry, which is, if you work in tech, my heart goes out to you, because I'm starting to see a longer and longer list of friends who are making really good money and then have gotten laid off with the tech crash in the last couple of years. And in my sister's case, it wasn't so much the tech crash, it was the tariffs, but the tech crash has made it difficult for her to get another job, right? So because I had to come out for this family emergency, I said, I'm out here, let's start doing it. So that's where I put out, you may have seen on YouTube, the APB of saying, hey, if you know people ready to interview, I've got a couple of weeks, I can zip around. Each story takes me about 4 to 5 days to film. Let's see if I knock a bunch of them out. So I've got 2 done. I could tease the states. Tennessee, of course, I've mentioned. Oklahoma, so keep an eye out for that. And Metro Atlanta, I'm hoping to get worked out, but I'm having trouble getting the subject matter expert ready. But in the meantime, another viewer tipped me off to a cool story in South Carolina. So I'll actually be leaving, hopefully I won't be up too late with this live stream, though I kind of have to be because we're on East Coast time. But I'll be getting up, bright and early in the morning to drive up to South Carolina and be interviewing somebody tomorrow for another story. So that'd be 3. So naturally, while I'm here, it makes sense, as I was filming shorts in Metro Atlanta, it makes sense to try to see if I can get a story arranged, but also do a live stream. This is a neat city, and it's one that makes sense to do. So to further answer your question, Laser92, I drive. A couple of reasons for that. One of them is I still have my Honda Fit. When I'm home, I drive it every day. It's a stick shift, I love it. But it has 360-something thousand miles. It probably could make it out to Atlanta, but I don't want to. I know how these stories end. I've owned enough old cars. I'd drive it out to Atlanta. Something major would break on it. It would be too cost prohibitive to repair, and I'd have to junk the car, and then I have no car. So thanks to a pricing issue with the Hertz car salespeople, I am now a proud owner of a 21 Toyota Prius. So now I can start going out and filming stories farther from home again, which is good news for you. So with that car and gasoline, basically they give it away once you get to this part of the country. I think it's under $3. I'm excited when it's under 5. So. And a car that gets 50 miles a gallon, it's cheap as free to get out here. I can even sometimes sleep in the car, just because it's a Prius. You can just leave the air conditioning on and just sleep in a rest area. So, oh, careful! The umbrella almost went over into the freeway. So what were we talking about? Oh, long story short, I decide where to travel based on what story opportunities pop up near other opportunities. And of course I drive out. Why not? The whole point of all that rambling was to get to this final point. The IRS lets you write off 60 cents on the mile. And when you have a car that's 50 miles a gallon, that's a Toyota, and you get to write off 60 cents, that means I can write off more of my income as mileage, that then I can then take the profits from that and reinvest into making more stories. So yeah, it was not cost effective to fly. Driving is, I was going to haul all my crap, you know, and cameras and tripods and lights and things, and leave it in the hotel room, you know, or in this case, a relative's house, and then just pull out what I need when I need it, and, you know, not have to leave my car parked with an enormous amount of unused equipment, right? So that's fun. Driving is a great way to do it. Plus, I see stories along the way. So as I was driving out here initially, you may have seen a post where I posted next to the South Dakota sign, and I saw a lot of temporary traffic control signals, these orange ones that they put up. So I was able to tape some YouTube shorts that you'll see in the future about temporary traffic control signals. So sometimes you see stories along the way on the ground that you wouldn't see from an airplane, or even future stories, things I see and go, you know, next time I make it back out to this part of the country, I really ought to do a story on X, Y, and Z. Because I have to be using the transportation to be able to benefit from it. Now, if it was, airport guy Rob, it would be a different story. But anyway, thanks again to both Ryan and to Laza92 for your super chats. I appreciate that. All right, so Ivan writes, watching your live streams, while it's completely dark and you're in the sun, I can confirm the time difference of the streams as being East Coast versus West Coast. Yeah. So normally I'm out west, and I wanted to check up on LA and see how it was doing last night. And I was trying to find a live video, and I couldn't find one because it was dark here and everything I was seeing was daylight. And I said, oh, this was recorded Channel 7, KABC. They must have recorded that earlier in the day, And then it dawned on me, oh, it's only 8 o'clock in LA. So of course the sun's still up. It's summertime. So I enjoy living out west because I get to stay up later than everybody else. Everybody else is in bed and I get to sleep in the morning. All right, Jim writes, didn't the 22 Priuses still have lead acid batteries as a hybrid? So none of them had lead acid. They had nickel metal hydride. And so nickel metal hydride is still really robust. Toyota used them for years. They last a long time. They're not quite as energy dense. And so when you're going down a hill and you're regenning, you can't capture as much. And so as Toyota have been switching to lithium, they played with actually the base trim car that had the least goodies was the L Eco trim, the economy trim. And so in 21 and 22, the economy trim, they played with putting the lithium battery in it as a way of trying to improve the gas mileage. And I remember years ago dreaming of buying that car new, 5 years ago, being on Toyota.com and pretending, oh, if I bought this car, these are the features I'd want. And being a little sad that I go, well, there's no way I could get the Eco trim because I want to have blind spot monitoring and rear cross traffic alert. But when this car used came up for sale and it was in my price range, I had to overlook the fact that I didn't like the color. It's silver. Silver's boring. I had to overlook the fact that it's the bottom trim. It doesn't have all the goodies. But a silver lining to that, no pun intended, is I ended up with the lithium battery. So I get easily 50 miles a gallon because when I'm going downhill, I have the extra little bit of range to capture for regen. So Toyota, yeah, most of them were, like I say, they weren't lead acid, but they were nickel metal hydride. And then now from the 23 Prius onward, which is the good-looking Prius that I don't have, but they also shrunk them. My old ugly spaceship one has more space inside for junk. But they now all use lithium ion, so they're able to get a little more efficiency out of it. Oh, we've got a super chat, and I'm trying to pronounce your first word. Luciferius. It's like, almost want to say like Luciferius, but that's not what it is. Luciferius Rat Speed writes, I know you're road guy Rob, but what if you called yourself Rob the Road Guy? It would be like Bill Nye. What do you think? The problem with Bill Nye is he's a very talented person who had a horrible Netflix series. I love science, and I tried to watch his Netflix series, and it was just kind of like preachy and weird. I mean, like even some of the stuff I might have agreed with, but it was just so preachy and how he did it. It just wasn't fun, like the Disney show, you know? So I don't know, I kind of, not saying I don't like Bill Nye, I just, you know, not as jazzed about him as I used to be, so people do sometimes call me Rob the Road Guy. I don't call myself that. I just call myself Rob, but I don't mind, you know. And some people want to call me Rob the Rail Guy, that's fine too, or Rob the Airport Guy or whatever, you know. Because at the end of the day, you think you're tuning in for me, but you're not. You're tuning in for that. That's what's interesting. The transportation that you use every day, the road signs that are celebrities, that you get excited when you see a video about one because you go like, oh my gosh, I know that road sign. I use one every day, right? That's the stuff that's fun. Being able to, you know, watch some, you know, dorky guy who just lives out west who rambles about stuff. I mean, maybe that's a little icing on the cake, but that ain't the cake. If I created a vlog and it was just Rob the Rob Guy, you wouldn't watch it. Because this is what you're watching. This is what's fun. Say, hey, downtown Atlanta. By the way, do you notice that freeway ramp down there is jammed? If you look really closely, see if I can pinch over there. Come on. Make the chat go away. It's hard to see. I think it just kind of cleared, but if you look at the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a ramp just beyond the yellow yield sign, and the cars are stacking up trying to go southbound on 75, 85. Anyway, I just get a little bit of a kick out of that is all, because I think it's kind of funny. All right, I'm gonna get zoomed out here somehow. There we go. That's what I was trying to do all along. So I wasn't quite so zoomed in. We should walk somewhere. Let's keep going. So I've got, well, I can't yet because we have a fun new super chat, which, by the way, thanks again to Luciferius Rat Speed for yours. But now we have Famous, and I'll read yours as we walk. Let's go see if we can find a scooter and ride it. Famous writes, the new bridge across the Detroit River should open this fall. Please visit Detroit and Canada. I really want to. I think, if you remember my Portland video where we talked with Greg Johnson. Greg Johnson is it was kind of funny, people pointed this out too. He's a University of Michigan alum, grew up, you know, in Michigan, and so he's got a lot of connections with Michigan Department of Transportation, and of course is somebody who's trying to get a big bridge built in Portland now, brought in to do that project. I'm sure he talks all the time with the new international bridge in Detroit as well. So I bet if I talked to the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program, they would, so I guess what it would be is not just that story, but maybe later this summer, if I could find several stories in Michigan and up that way, so that, you know, if I could come up with a package of like 3 or 4 worth of videos, and then go up there for, you know, 4 times 3, 12, maybe 12 to 15 days, and nab 3 or 4 videos out of that, that'd probably be worth the drive. And yeah, catching the, and you point out if the bridge is going to be done this fall, it's going to be a lot harder for them to show it off once it's done. So maybe you're onto something. If I'm going to do that story, maybe now's the time. That's also, by the way, the exact same thing I was saying about my story of Oklahoma as a clue if you want to try to figure out what that video is going to be about. That'll be out probably on YouTube around the 28th of this month, Patreon a few days earlier. So something in Oklahoma that I wanted to do a video about for a couple of years. And if I want to do a video, now is the time. So it's kind of fun to see, again, another remnant of the way things used to be. You could have a residential neighborhood, but when you got out to the main street, the stores were right up against the curb. Today, a market demand, it's not really retail anymore. It looks like it's some kind of office clinic or something. I think this says Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Library, so it's still in use. But the fact that this isn't allowed, right? So we were talking about zoning about an hour ago and how zoning had good intentions originally to keep, you know, hog rendering plants that smelled bad out of residential neighborhoods. But today it's used everywhere to prevent something like this from going in a neighborhood. If you think about it, like some of these neighborhoods, even in out west, Las Vegas and California and Arizona, where the lot sizes are relatively small, if you had at the edge of the neighborhood a little bodega about that size, it would probably actually get quite a few people in the neighborhood coming out and shopping there, because it's walking distance. You could actually send a kid because they don't have to cross any major streets because the bodega is just on the edge of the subdivision. So you wouldn't even need massive land use changes to make the American West and the suburbs more walkable. You just need to legalize stuff like this again that's currently not legal. Anyway, all right. So yeah, thanks again, Famous, for your super chat, and that gets my attention. I wasn't sure, because like I say, it's hard to be planning the next trip when I haven't even made it home from this one. And I would love to probably just keep burning up my little savings till it's gone, just say, okay, I'll just drive up to Michigan next. But I have coming up here in a week or two the ITE conference in Long Beach. I really want to go to that, so it means I got to get home. And also probably ought to edit some of the videos I've already shot, and maybe if I can get ahead on that, then that gives me the confidence to be able to travel back out again, because I can say, okay, the next month's video is done. You know, each video takes the whole month to make. So it's kind of like your boss coming to you at work and saying, hey, I have extra work for you to do in July. So in June, can you get all of July's works done too? So you'll have the extra time to get more work done. So I'm not complaining. It's a good problem to have. I mean, I have a very privileged, hobby that's turned into a job here. But it is, at the end of the day, still work is still work. And so trying to make sure I get enough time to do that. So thanks again, Famous. Oh, we got Mo Cowan with a super chat here. Howdy, Mo. Oh, there's a scooter. Hey, there's a scooter. We're going to get on that thing. Mo writes, the canceled project was to be Interstate 485, and it would have connected with Georgia 400. There's a wiki page about it and the project and how Jimmy Carter stopped it. Yeah, that might be a fun freeway revolt story. Like I say, if I had more time in Atlanta, to give you some perspective though, the Portland canceled freeway story took me about 2 years. So it was granted, I wasn't doing active research the whole time, but I was puttering with that topic for a very long time before I actually shot it. And one of the challenge with canceled freeway videos too is who do you interview? Because everybody involved in the project is dead, you know? And so that was the issue I was running into is, who do I talk to that would still be involved enough with... Okay, so we're gonna go to selfie mode here for a moment while I figure out this scooter. And the whole world's gonna flip backwards for just a moment, but having a freeway that would have connected 485 to Georgia 400 would have been brilliant. I like that idea. in a world where there's unlimited land and unlimited space, and the disruption wouldn't have been too bad. I think it's one of these where, big picture, looking at the metro area, that freeway makes a heck of a lot of sense. But if I start to look at maybe the specific impacts of it, I'd probably be a lot more conflicted, in my opinion. That's the way transportation tends to be. Mo, thank you very much for that super chat here. Let me get caught back up here. So I think Mo was the most recent here. So, Star Wolf points out that the building codes in Atlanta have changed. There's a lot of new building now right to the sidewalks. I wanted to bring that up too. Even in the suburbs, there's a fair bit of new development that are on these very dense postage stamp type lots. And the question I have is, if you don't move the jobs in closer with it, are we accidentally making a situation is it better or worse? Because now you can drive past a lot of people's houses, but it's short distance. But it's infill. Infill's good if you infill it with jobs and housing, but if you infill it with just housing, maybe you're just adding more cars to the freeway. I don't know. But it is interesting to see that there's a lot more infill. Maybe we can kind of check that out as we ride. I want to show you something down past Martin Luther King's house that a relative of mine showed me just yesterday, and I find very fascinating. And while I do that, Lawrence points out you're adding more taxpayers per mile. That's true. So that's a good point, because maybe you are adding more people to the system initially, but if you have all these denser developments as infill, you have more taxpayers per mile to be able to add things like transit later. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, B with a double-digit super chat. Thank you very much, B. B writes, I don't have any questions. That's too bad. But I wanted to say your live streams are super cool, and I've learned so much. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, B. I appreciate that. That's a lot of fun. Let's find something to talk about so I can put the phone down. CR12 writes, I love the absurdity of the fake town center developments. And then Steel Airship writes, we have fake main streets built here in the suburbs surrounded by a parking lot. Yeah, there's some neat things you can do, right? But you have to, if you build something that can never grow up, it'll never grow up, right? So like you build a mall and make it look like a town center development, but really it's just a mall, then it will always be a mall. It never has the ability for the market to turn it into something else. Versus like neighborhoods, regular neighborhoods, they change. They die and they survive, and this thing's not going to fit on here. Well, we'll figure it out. They're born and they grow up and then they die, and there's a lot of interesting changes that can happen in a neighborhood. I take the rubber gasket out of it. Okay, maybe I can put it. This is the phone mount I'm intending to use, and I didn't realize on a Lime scooter that the thing is so fat. I don't know how to attach it without it being ridiculous. Maybe I put it over the actual handlebar grip. We're gonna figure out a way to do this. I'm committed. I have no way to tighten it up. So we'll see how wiggly this thing gets, but it's better than nothing. Patty! Okay. So once I put, I'm gonna disconnect the external power for a minute. If you're just joining us and you had the fortune of being here for my last live stream, we had all kinds of issues with that one. But thanks to some very generous, well, like tonight, some very generous super chats, I was able to buy, with your money, invest in a microphone so you can actually hear me, that plugs into the phone, but it also has a place I can plug the battery in, so we can have both. For years, the way I've done live streams is I would have wired headphones. You'd see me with my little black headphones and holding the thing like this into the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, and then the charger plugged into the USB port. And so I was sad because all the new phones, I had to get another phone. Well, they don't have the 3.5 millimeter jack, they just have the USB port. So, well, we got to use the battery, make sure this live stream can keep going. I have no way to hook up a mic. And I was overjoyed today when I bought the DJI mic that you helped finance, to see that it has where you can hook up an external battery to the thing, and so you can be charging the phone and still have the mic going at the same time. So hopefully this is hopefully the sound's better than ever. So that's my goal. I like I say, I'm a radio guy first and foremost, and so it's bothered me for a long time that the sound was so poor. So hopefully it's a bit better. All right, so I'm going to move you over to here, and we'll see if you fall off immediately. Hopefully you don't. Okay, because what I need to do next is, okay, slide this in like that, and then if I flip it around that way, you kind of get a view from the side. I don't know if this is going to work, because I think the minute I start wiggling like this, I don't know that you're going to get that good of a view. I was hoping to show you the front. So they've got this phone holder down here, but that would just point you at the ground, so that's no good. And my bracket is too skinny to go around this. So this is interesting. The other option is I could just hold the tripod, but I don't think that would be good. I could try to mount it down here, but then you'd just be seeing the ground. So I don't know if that's, it may not be the worst thing in the world. Want to try down there? get a real street view of the ground here. Let me grab the rubber gaskets here. They have these rubber gaskets that you can put into. I'm gonna temporarily stick this on here. They have these rubber gaskets that you can put into the thing there to tighten it up some. So I'm hoping that maybe that'll help it stay put. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I'll put the rubber gaskets in here. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now we'll slide it over this thing. Let's see if I can cinch it up. This is very riveting live stream here. Where somebody comes in, what you watching? Oh, a guy is in Atlanta and he's attaching a cell phone to a Lime scooter. Oh, yeah, that sounds fun. Glad you're doing good things with your life, productive things like learning a foreign language or, watching a guy attach a cell phone to a Lime scooter. All right, we'll flip it around front. Oh, now you get to see my other arm. Oh, that's exciting. Okay, so I think tightening it up. Hopefully it stays. Okay, so hopefully that gives you a somewhat view of forward. I'm gonna put my helmet on, and then we'll try going for a ride on this scooter with me showing off Atlanta from 1 foot off the ground. So that's pretty exciting here. Just in the background, you would see me right now putting away for this radio show of my tripod, because I don't want to just leave it here on the street. Then I'm going to put it in a bag so that you're able to get caught up with what's going on here. Meantime, while I'm doing that, it looks like we have another super chat. Double digits. It's from Brian. Brian Middleton says, Michigan story idea? How about visit Saugatuck Lakeshore Drive had a washout in the 1980s, and there is a push to get a new route built to reconnect the road. Okay, yeah, I know there's a lot of, like, I saw at the Atlanta has an aquarium, and I had a fun day off yesterday. Went with relatives, went down to the Atlanta Aquarium. I think it's the biggest one in the United States. And they had a map of all the shipwrecks. I think they count pretty much any boat that crashed and capsized, but the shipwrecks around the world. And the number of them in Lake Michigan blew my mind. And so Michigan, these lakeshore drives, like you mentioned, and are just such a cultural difference from what I grew up with, where you just didn't have like water, the Great Salt Lake. Yeah, my favorite was you had the Los Angeles Lakers, but there was no lake. I understand, I guess they were in Minnesota originally, and that made better sense. But so you have these legacy sports team names that don't make a whole lot of sense. And so a whole lake culture like you'd have in Michigan, just trying to get it straightened out for you here. That'd be kind of fun. So Steve A writes, originally the Minneapolis Lakers, where the name, made sense. Okay, I'm going to open up the scooter app here for this particular scooter service. And then I'm going to click on the scooter that I'm on. And I'm going to say I want to start a ride. Let's see, upgrade to a 60-minute pass, free unlimited unlocks for $12. I don't know. Sure, why not? Pay now. Well, hey, patrons are paying for it, so I can splurge for the super pass or whatever. Start slow. Okay. Hey, it's making a happy sound, so. All right, well, let's see how this scooter works here. So I've got a red light, so I better take it easy here. Let's see, this guy. So I really want to go south. So I'm going to let this guy go ahead first, because I don't want to pull out in front of him. I'm used to some pretty sketchy stuff in LA, but Atlanta is a completely different animal. All right, so we made it across one way. Now I got to cross the other way here. How are you guys hanging on down there, huh? I think this is wigglier than I anticipated, so hopefully it works. Okay, see a bike lane, that's a good start. All right, here we go. Got my helmet on. I hopefully won't need it, but I might. It's Atlanta. Have a big box truck go by, that wakes you up. Storm drain right in the middle of the lane, so that's fun. Talked about that some on Valencia Street, the conflict between people needing to use the lane to get to their parked car. They do have the little buffer here. You can kind of see the two lanes here, so at least the door zone isn't in your way completely. Okay, we're going by. As you look to your left here, the Ebenezer Baptist Church, the monument where Martin Luther King preached. We talked about that a little over an hour ago. And I'm at the corner, if you're following on the map, at Jackson and Auburn on the east side of downtown Atlanta, crossing the light rail tracks, which is going to be heck on this mount. Now you're probably staring at the sky. And pull over and fix that. Okay, let's get that back up here and tighten that real good. Okay, hopefully that's a little better. So right turning vehicles using the lanes, another conflict in the bike lane. Oh, bumps. Okay, and then the bike lane disappears. The pavement looks like the back of an alligator, but at least they've got a section that is kind of smooth here. You know, on a street like this, I don't necessarily mind not having a bike lane because it's 25 mile an hour, a lot of stop signs. It feels pretty good. A lot of, I don't know, it's gentrification, but definitely redevelopment down here where you see kind of the traditional like 4 and 5 story medium density stuff getting built here. That's an interesting design there. Let's go check that out. So you have the street, you have front doors here. I don't know how easy it is to see from down there, but the front doors just open right out to the street. So you have these multi-story townhouses that are quite dense here. But because they realize it's 2025 and people actually have cars, they put an alleyway in. And so if we take a look over here, you can kind of see the design feature here is then everybody shares one driveway, and the one driveway has I think it's real clever. You've got a one-car garage underneath the unit with then another parking space outside of the one-car garage. So what that does is it allows 2 off-street parking spaces. But let's say you're the type of person who commutes into work by scooter or by MARTA or light rail. Well, then you have one car. Well, then you got a gap spot for somebody to park. Or you can have 2 cars, or you can have no car and use it as a rumpus room or something, whatever you want to do, So it kind of gives you some of that flexibility that you'd have in a single family house, but with it being, quite high density on an area where the land is going to be expensive because it's near the amenity of downtown. And there's a lot of infill potential here too, where you can have, the key is, and I think this is the difference where gentrification causes a problem, is can people buy it, right? Like when they build a high density development like that, do the homeowners get a chance to buy the thing and have their first shot at owning a house and being invested in this neighborhood? Or is it a private equity firm that just comes in and owns them all and rents them out to collect rents? And I think that gets lost in the discussion. Maybe we get so caught up fighting each other over the form that the development takes, because it's anytime your neighborhood changes, it's scary, But maybe instead what we should be talking about is, is this providing an opportunity to give people their first shot at being middle class because they can buy it, they finally have a good job, now they want a chance to buy? Or is it just an opportunity for a hedge fund to make more money? It's kind of difficult to see from your perspective, but on the right is a big elevated structure. That's the MARTA train, the heavy rail. It's not just a light rail train like the little one we went over a minute ago. MARTA is like BART. It's a big, heavy rail, completely grade separated, really impressive train that a lot of people ride. Unfortunately, it has faced some uphill battles. There's some suburban counties that never let MARTA grow out to their county because, well, frankly, probably for racism reasons. They felt that it would bring in African Americans and didn't want them in their neighborhood. And so because of racism, they're not able to have good mass transit in their neighborhood anymore. When now that it's a lot more expensive to build a heavy rail system than it might have been 40 years ago, 50 or more. Now you're in a situation where MARTA is never going to expand to that county, even if the voters wanted it, which I think a lot of the new voters do. So that's the thing. A lot of times that kind of short-sightedness, just everybody suffers in the end. I keep saying I bring up these topics not because I'm trying to be politically correct, but just because I'm a problem solver. You look at the world through the eyes of engineering and problem solving, you're always going to go farther with cooperation, trying to expand the number of people involved in the project to as many people as you can, get the maximum number of perspectives, look at all the potential pitfalls, and really try to make a system that rather than over-serving a small group of users, maybe you don't, maybe you, instead of over-serving them and giving them exactly what they want, you build a system that everybody benefits from to a decent degree, and then, you know, then you just, there's more robustness to the system, there's more users to the system, there's a lot more people who are maybe aren't, you know, blissfully happy, but maybe they're, I'm not coordinated enough to be doing this. Okay, we're turning into Krog Street. This is a tunnel underneath the rail yard, and it's going to be very difficult to see. Thankfully, I got a buddy on a side-by-side with a scooter, so at least the cars aren't running us over. We'll take a closer look at Krog Street in a second, but I just wanted to get through the tunnel to show that to you. And coming out on this end is Cabbagetown, which is another area with some really old, high-density, you know, stuff that was built before the car. You saw there's a little shop on the right. It's hard to see with the scooter post. But I'm going to stop here for in just a second so you can take a look at some of these, you know, kind of craftsman-style homes that were the bread and butter of the people who worked in the textile factories. Let's see if I can try to get you a better view here. Okay, so I'm going to prop this up like that more. See if that's better. Get out of the road here. So you can kind of see on the right, there's these little houses. Some people have carved driveways in and things, but a lot of the houses don't. And what, like I say, used to be a very working class, like, I think I called it Cabbagetown, probably because, you know, maybe people ate cabbage. You know, it was, you don't make a lot of money in the textile factory, but today I think this is more desirable areas to live in, because you can. There's actually, it's a little village. People have places to walk because it was built for humans. It wasn't built for cars. And it takes some getting used to, because when you come home at night, you may end up parking your car on the street. And, you know, that's something I'm not used to. I love having an off-street parking space. I would hate having to fight for a parking spot each night. But is that amenity worth the trade-off that I literally can't walk to the store? Where I live in California, it empties out to a freeway. My neighborhood empties out into a freeway frontage road that's 55 miles an hour with no sidewalks. You have to use a car to leave the neighborhood. There's just no other way. I think I've tried walking before and it didn't go well. And so to live in a place like Cabbagetown here, where you just have these cute little houses, some of them basically shacks. They vary in size too, like back there. In fact, I'm gonna do a U-turn here, and I'm actually gonna pull the phone out of the holster and text and drive. Let's see, can I go backwards? Is this even a two-way or is it a one-way? Well, I'm on a scooter, so they'll manage. Okay. So as you kind of come through a neighborhood like this, you have a variety of housing sizes too, but they play nice together, you know. So you'd think, well, you can't have apartments and houses together, but like right here, you have these, you have a regular size, you know, kind of smallish house. You got real small worker houses that are basically like shacks, but if you look down there, there's actually an apartment building, right? But they all play nicely together. They you know. So it shows you can have this idea of zoning being like super prescriptive, that all the houses have to be basically the same kind. Otherwise, the neighborhood doesn't work. I think really just I don't think there's actually engineering backing that up. I think that's just a societal convention that, like I say, we, for a variety of reasons, got stuck in with that. How do I get this where I'm actually showing you something useful? It's got to be a better way. Okay, we're gonna come up to the handlebars here because I want you to not just keep seeing the ground. So I'm going to unscrew this here and we'll try coming up here. Okay. I didn't think this through. I didn't get the kind of clip that... okay, so maybe if I come on the handlebar, maybe we can be up higher where you can actually see something interesting. Well, we'll give that a try. My hand's going to be in the way, isn't it? Okay. Oh, well, that didn't last long. Well, okay, we're going to rethink this here. I'd say there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I really like cats, so I got to think of a better way to phrase that. The brake handle, did I do try to clip on the brake handle? Well, while I'm doing that, let's take a look at the chats and see what I've been missing. So we last left off with Brian Middleton talking about Michigan. Thanks again, Brian. And let's see. Tommy writes, Atlanta has a unique vibe. Lawrence says cabbage can also refer to not terribly useful fabric offcuts for like pillows and stuff. Yeah, we'll go by the factory here in just a second. Tommy writes, yeah, these neighborhoods were actually quite sketchy 20 years ago. Now it's unaffordable for most people. Let's see. Right up to the Cobb. Well, we'll take a look here. Honestly, the road view was not that bad, right? Keep me conscience. Okay. Well, I'm going to try to connect to the brake handle here. Maybe a bad idea. You look at the scooter here. There's nothing that's lends itself to, other than that one little clip. And it's the problem where I was clipping you before is it's not round. It's this like flat shape. And so it keeps wanting to tip really badly. I had to keep adjusting it back. In its defense, the brake handle is not exactly round either. So I would just clip it on this thing here, except that when I do, I don't think I can get the screw to line up to cinch it up. I think it comes at a funny angle, and it just won't come tight enough. The brake handle's too fat. So I'm wasting time of the scooter, and let's see, I'll try one more thing here, and then we'll go back to the way it was if it's not working. Steel Airship writes, who needs brakes? Well, kind of my thought at the moment. I've still got the other brakes, so it's not like I'm getting rid of all my brakes. Okay, so if I go like, oh, darn, they all fell out. Well, give me just one more second here. What Vortex is life? I'm not sure what that. Yeah, Star Wolf writes, you got to get a serious C-clamp for these things. Okay, helmet mount. That would have been. I don't have one, but I'm thinking that might have been the right option. Okay, so let me try clamping it here. Can I get it to? This is a beautiful view of my hand, isn't it? at least flip it around. You can watch my face instead as I'm trying to work on this thing here. Okay, so I'm going to tighten it up. It seems like it's. No. See, now it just tips over. So even if I try to tip this up, it just won't tip up enough. Okay, well, maybe we'll go back to the way it was. So what I'll do for the moment is I'm just going to hold it while we drive for a second. That clamp, there we go. Wow, that's shaky as heck. Yeah, this is pretty sketchy. Not the neighborhood, but the way I'm holding this. Okay, maybe. Yeah, maybe I got to rethink this. I feel like I'm going to crash doing this. Does that scooter have, the Bird scooter have, no, it's no better. It's also very fat. It doesn't even have the phone holder for the other phone. At least this one I can put my chat window on. Oh, this is one way the wrong way. Shoot. Well, I guess we'll go on the sidewalk. I don't know. That doesn't seem legal. Okay. Okay, I'll put you back down where you were viewing from before. And hopefully... So stream has been about 30% downtown, 10% neighborhoods, and 20% camera mounting. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's real engaging stuff here, I'm sure. Okay, I'll put this back on. Yeah, this seemed like a good idea. I was saying, okay, cool, I've got the mount. And like on a regular bike, I think that just handlebar together really nicely and we would have been done. But when you have a very weird, and maybe their scooters are just designed this way, they don't want people mounting stuff on here, you know. But I don't know. The other thing too I've wondered is, how did these scooters compare for if you're the type of person who actually owns your own scooter, the quality of the rental scooters versus the ones that you buy yourself? You know, are these scooters better or worse or whatever? Because I've always thought it'd be fun to just buy my own and then I could have my own mounts and everything on it. But I worry if I just go down to, I don't know even where you buy them, but you just go down to like Costco or something and buy something, am I going to be very disappointed in the quality compared to, or is it the other way around where the stuff that, you know, Lime and these companies buy is actually quite good because they're able to get something that, you know, is a fleet vehicle that's designed for, you know, a lot of use. And the best part is I'm burning up Lime time, so I probably spent $10 on just mounting this thing in scooter time. But I'm trying to get you a stable view that's not going to just totally rock around. Okay, we're rolling again here. So hopefully that picture, we'll see how long that lasts before you're just staring at the sky again. Well, that doesn't look real great either. So somewhere over here was the factory I worked at. I believe they've converted them to apartments. I think it was just down here to the right. It was pretty close by here. Yeah, I can see the smokestack this way. Yeah, I think that tall building in the distance was one of them. So you have the shops here, kind of hard to see from your angle, but you have on the right, you have housing on the left and shops on the right. And everything placed together very nicely. You know, it's one of these where you think it's not going to work, and then you see it actually work, and it works just fine. Al fresco dining on the right here, where people were eating outside, you know, that was a big controversy in the Valencia bike lane video in December, was people getting mad at the parklets where people were eating outside. But one could argue, isn't one or two parking spots a fair trade for, you know, maybe 10 people being able to eat outside? You know, the parking spaces don't really make you money, but the okay, I'm gonna go ahead and park the scooter, and then we'll set the tripod back up and check this out. So I go to Lime, and I go to End Ride, and check my parking. Well, I guess I have to take a picture. All right, there's a picture of my scooter. It's parked on the sidewalk. And then it sounds happy. Okay. And evidently that ride was included in the pass that we bought. So now I go ahead and get you out of here. I have to remember to get my mount off of there later, but I'll keep it on just in case we go ride somewhere else. And here you got the big factory building that you know, people used to work in. It's textiles. They actually have smokestacks, which is wild for me because out west, that's an earthquake hazard. I mean, that's a seismic disaster waiting to happen. But because we're back east, you don't have to worry about that so much. Well, I get the tripod set back up and get back to the chat I've been missing out on while we've been riding here. So I will once again go back to the 10% camera placement. Yeah, it's just the challenge of trying to one-man band everything. I've had a couple of friends over the years say they wanted to go on a film shoot with me, and I warn them it's incredibly boring. They say, "Oh no, I think it sounds really fun. It's neat what you do." Okay. Every time, get about halfway through the film shoot, they go, "Oh, that's kind of boring. Can I go home?" So, and that's fine. I don't blame them, but I just don't think they recognize. Most people probably don't recognize exactly the mess they're getting themselves into when they want to go on a film shoot. They're quite dull, you know. And I can only imagine that's me doing stuff kind of speedy as just a one-man band, you know. A true Hollywood film shoot must be just dreadfully boring because it just goes on and on and on, you know, endlessly, you know, without any okay, get the tripod set back up here and let's see, get the world flip back around the right way. Okay, so this is the Cabbagetown neighborhood here. If you're just if you're fresh tuning in, south of kind of southeast of downtown Atlanta, where everybody used to work in this building a century ago. It was pretty miserable work, but we'll take a look at the plaque over here in just a moment. But I'll get that set up here and take a look at what you've been chatting about while I've been riding a scooter here. Okay. At the Bailey, he is in Atlanta, downtown in Inland Park. Okay. I miss any, it's our last super chat. I just want to make sure nobody's missed. Was Brian Middleton. Okay, so we're caught up on that. So, all right. There's a power plant near me where they tore down, this is CR12. Power plant near me where they tore down the whole thing except for the substation and the smokestacks. Yeah, and again, out west, you can't do that because if you keep the smokestacks, you're going to end up with something that falls down. I remember a part of Utah, there was a smokestack. I think it was also for power, and it got torn down around 1999, 2000. And the old timers, I mean, when they got imploded, there's a video of the old lady who looked like she was about 80 years old then, and she goes, "Oh no," and she starts sobbing because this landmark that she looked out her window and saw every day of her life was gone. But they had to get rid of them because when you live near fault lines and the big earthquake is overdue, and a helicopter overhead. When you're overdue, at least in geologic time, you can't just have something with seismic issues like a big tall smokestack hanging around, right? So, but I just remember that video of the lady, "Oh no," because this landmark was gone, you know. Let's go look at that plaque across the street. I'm just trying to also read your chats at the same time here. Okay, the humidity is new to me. Oh, I better take my mount off, otherwise somebody may rent the scooter and I won't have it anymore. Let's see. Star Wolf writes, historically, that was a part of African-American neighborhoods because, of course, they were working in the gins there, so that's the reason why the old Fourth Ward exists. Steel Airship, speaking of smokestacks, have you ever heard of the Anaconda Stacks in Montana, which is the tallest brick structure in the world? It rises out of the buttes like Sauron's tower. I've been to Anaconda, it was like 30 years ago, and I don't remember seeing the smokestacks. I've got to now Wikipedia battle you, though, because my hometown is supposed to have the Kennecott Utah Copper smokestacks. It's supposed to be the tallest building, or tallest freestanding man-made structure west of the Mississippi, I thought. So now I'm not so sure anymore, because maybe your Anaconda, the ones in Anaconda are a little bit taller. Okay, so we're walking across to the monument for the Jacob, Elsa's, and Fulton Bag and Cotton Mills. And we get up close to the sign so we can check it out here. Get a good, oh, I just lost you, but I came back. Okay. Hopefully being on a reputable cell phone company and being in downtown Atlanta, I would hope the cell service is good. So, Arctic Skew writes, been a while since I've caught a live stream. Great to see it. Like 99% invisible. Always read the plaque. Okay, well, let's check it out. So the Jacob Elsa's Fulton Bag and Cotton Mills was born in 1842. Jacob Elsa's settled in Ohio, 1861 from Württemberg, assuming Germany, during a wave of European Jewish immigration. In 1865, Elsa's moved to Cartersville, Georgia, beginning a trading store, recognizing a shortage in manufactured bags. Just making sure my helmet's not rolling out in the street. Elsa's relocated to Atlanta, establishing what became the Fulton Bag and Cotton Mills. The Atlanta-based mill offered mill workers housing and welfare services. Unlike his contemporaries, Elsa's employed both black men and women, leading to the strike of 1897 when white workers demanded Elsa fire 20 black women. The strike in 1914 and 15 over working conditions was one of the longest in U.S. history and brought national scrutiny to Southern labor practices. Jacob Elsa's helped establish the Georgia Institute of Technology. I didn't know that. And Grady Hospital. He died in 1932 and was buried in Oakland Cemetery. All operations at this location permanently ceased in 1981. It's not that long ago. Erected by the Georgia Historical Society and the Patchworks Art and History Center. So that's a little bit of history about what was on this site. It's kind of weird to think that, you know, you still had textile production, you know, in the U.S. as recently as 1981, because that all left. But you can see here, we'll pan up here and take a look at the, so you see the higher part of the building. I'll let you crane your neck up a little bit here. But it was an immense facility here. And I'm wondering what type of work it took to be able to, you know, get something like that into shape where it could become a real high-end apartment like it is now. Arctic Skew writes, as a Californian, I always think of a different Oakland. I did too. He said he relocated to Oakland, or was buried in Oakland. I go, oh, okay. A little long way to go, right? So, sorry, go ahead. Make sure I'm out of people's way here. Yeah, it's a whole gated project too. So, like people, you know, parking their vehicles have a way of, you know, the gate kind of almost makes it feel like it's still a factory, sort of, right? Where you know, you report to the guard gate to report to work. You know, it gives it kind of a different experience than you normally would think of with an apartment or even a retrofitted old building. Usually it wasn't part of a complex like this. You can see over here in the distance they have, looks like some of the old millwork machinery there. I don't know enough about textile to be educated enough to tell you what I think that is, but it has gears and squishy thingies that spin around to squish stuff. Shows how knowledgeable I am about this, you know. But yeah, it's so anyway, that's like I say, Cabbage Town. Like I say, you've got real short buildings, real small buildings, real tall buildings, second story building, and of course the factory that surrounded it, all built before the car. you know, built at a time when everybody who worked there walked there. And a lot of it is saying, okay, well, we live in a different time and we're not going to replicate that perfectly because, you know, the car is still a pretty nice tool to have. We use them all the time. I love my car. But are there some things we can replicate of this to make something a little bit nicer that is more human? It's something, you know, people more want to use, more want to live in. And that, like I say, that I don't know. Please don't run over my backpack. Okay, good, he didn't. All right, let's take a look here and see what's going on. Is the smokestack still at the San Bernardino metro station where they removed the road? I'm trying to remember if there's still a smokestack. So HT writes asking about the Metrolink commuter rail system in Southern California. San Bernardino, town about an hour in without traffic, has a train station at an old building that had a big smokestack, and I want to say it is still there, but I'm surprised because with earthquakes, you'd think it'd be long gone. Steel Airship writes, the Anaconda Stack is the tallest masonry structure in the world. If the one you're talking about is concrete or something, maybe it's taller. Maybe the Kennecott smokestack, so we're arguing about whether the one in Utah or the one in Montana is tallest. It's possible it's not masonry. Maybe they made the Utah one out of just brick by brick and went their way up. Star Wolf writes, they converted the factory to lofts in 2000 and it helped kick off the revitalization of the neighborhood. Okay, well, you got me in downtown Atlanta, or near, adjacent to downtown Atlanta. And, you know, you're puttering along. The chat's kind of quiet at the moment. So now's your chance to want to talk about something, but even better is to suggest a place I should go next. Now that does mean more camera mounting and mess with that, but we could end up maybe more in the downtown proper. What you guys open to doing? I'm open to ideas here to see. I know Atlanta is famous right over here for a real ugly looking freeway interchange that it's not super tall, but it's like you'd see them in California or Texas, you know. But it consumes an enormous amount. Like if you go to Google Maps and look at the aerial photography for downtown Atlanta, there's a big freeway interchange on the south end that looks like it's like almost the size of the downtown. So we could go on the scooter and go check that out next if you want. So Conrail Man says downtown would be cool. Tommy says Midtown is the place to be. But isn't Midtown like 5 miles up that way? That's a long way to scoot. So, well, let me look on the map and see how far away that freeway interchange is. And while we ride, brainstorm ideas of where you think we ought to go here. So I think that freeway interchange, if I go, where am I now? This is so cool to actually have a map and not just be, okay, if I go down, if I just keep going south, Carroll Street here to Memorial, and I take Memorial west, I'll end up at the freeway interchange. So let's do that. That'll be fun. So let's see. All good. I'm just doing a silly live stream here. Cool people, but silly live stream. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna pick up my backpack and everything and we'll walk back over to the scooter. Hopefully it's still got enough charge that we can give it a good ride here. Okay. It's like bags of mulch, but they say Costco on them. That's weird. Ever heard of Costco mulch bags? Must be a thing we're out here where there's actually trees, you know. Okay, I'm gonna put this, we're gonna figure out a way to mount this camera in a good way here. There's gotta be a way. There we go. Okay. It's like a episode of Tool Time. Well, Tim, today we're gonna be mounting a camera on this Lime scooter. Oh, I know my way around mounting a Lime scooter. What's that all about? All right. Okay. So let's get my bag of stuff here. I've got a mount. And somewhere I've got little pieces of rubber. I think they might be in my pocket. There's one. I don't know, there's got to be a way to mount this thing. Boo, 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 boo. I wish I had like a washcloth or something that I could pinch it to, so that way it would actually be cinched a little tighter, because the rubber, little pieces of rubber I have just don't quite cut it. But I don't think I have anything like fabric-y or something I could shove in there. Okay, well, we'll get this going. It's a Wednesday, right? You know, what else you got going on? You could go watch something on Netflix that you've already watched. It's kind of the middle of the week, so you just like not want to go out and do anything with a friend, so you're just kind of at home. You see a live stream on YouTube, and you're like, oh, that'll work. And you tune in, and it's this doofus just playing with like this tripod the whole time, trying to get, you know, or mounts for cameras. And you go, oh, well, that's fine. That's something to do. It's gonna be like scrolling websites aimlessly while you're got this on in another tab, so you're not even really watching. You're just kind of. Here we go. Okay, here's the part to screw it on. So this goes into here. We'll put it back down here, and then you get to have a nice view of the night sky as we roll along here. Okay. We'll get this here. I don't understand. I guess I can understand how people get used to humidity, because when you live with it, you get used to it. Anybody can adjust to anything. But what I have a hard time with is when I run into people who, you know, talk about how they actually they defend humidity and talk about actually how great it is. That I don't understand. You know, maybe you can enlighten me, but to me, it's sort of humidity is kind of just a downside. Like, I'm not quite sure what the advantage of humidity is. You know, it just makes the hot feel hotter and the sweating not work right, and I don't know. I'm not used to this. I'm used to it. Las Vegas, where it's bone dry, and it's like, okay, I can work with this, you know. But then when I'm anywhere, even in the Midwest, the humidity is just like, oh man, how do you guys live like this, you know? I don't mean it as an insult, I mean it as a compliment. How do you live like this? Because it's like talking to somebody from Alaska and asking them, you know, how do you guys survive the really cold winters, you know? I just don't know how you do it. Okay, so this needs to slide into the thingy like this. Okay, so I should be able to slide it like that. And why am I not seeing? Oh, great, the mount's covering up the
I'll walk past you.
All good. Let's see. You know, something doesn't look right when what am I seeing? Well, we'll give that a try. All right, meantime, what y'all talking about? Let's see, we have some fun chatting going on here. We got AC is how I survive, writes Arctic Skew. Scott Christofferson, you should really check out the 14-lane connector. Our hubris is a sight to behold. Well, you know, when all your freeways turn into one freeway, you end up with a 14-lane connector, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to necessarily defend it, but I will apologize for it, you know. Because when people commit to wanting to build infrastructure that requires driving, then you have to build infrastructure for driving, you know. You build infrastructure that allows lots of different ways to get around, then you can, you know, not have 14-lane connectors, right? So It's hard. Like I say, I wish the way they had done 285, it would really lend itself where all the through traffic would just naturally want to go on 285 and go around the long way, because that would now be the short way, you know what I mean? But when the shortest route kind of just shoves you right through the downtown, then everybody wants to run through the downtown, and that's a mistake, you know. I don't think it can be fixed, but I'm just saying it's, you know, it's a problem. You know, the idea would be in the downtown, you should be only having like traffic heading to and from the downtown, not through traffic. And maybe not, and obviously with MARTA, not even all the traffic destined for the downtown, right? Because you're hoping to capture like half of it or more with MARTA, you know. It's, yeah, it's really, really something, but. Okay, well let's, oh, that's right, I gotta pay for the scooter again. Okay. Let's see. So if I click on the scooter again, okay, I think that's my scooter. And then I hit start ride, and that should start sounding happy. Somebody wrote, let me see here, Star Wolfer, I don't defend that garbage. Well, gently push back on that for a minute and say, put yourself in the shoes of the people who use the connector, right? They didn't make the decisions that led to Atlanta being built the way it's built. They just they're just captive. They're going for the ride. This is the way the city's built, and there's economic activity they need to they maybe are limited on where they get to choose to live based on affordability, or maybe they're stuck living with a relative because housing's unaffordable, and they got to get the job that they're qualified for and are able to get. And just the way it works out, MARTA's not going to work for them, and so they end up on the connector, right? And you know, it's hard, right? Like ideally, yeah, you'd hopefully never need a 14-lane connector, right? But you have one because there's a lot of people that just need to be able to figure out a way to survive in the economy, and that's the way that's worked for them, you know. Now this is fun. No stop sign, so they're just cooking around this corner here. This is sketchy. Okay. Okay, so we're coming up on a pretty good pothole there. Memorial Drive, so we're gonna make a right here. Oh, cool, a bike lane. Yeah, little things like this can make a big difference. I mean, that's a nice bike lane. New pavement, a barrier, not just one that just looks pretty, but they have a big concrete blocks that, you know, make me feel pretty safe. I guess it's a two-way bike lane. I guess that's why it's so wide. Bypass the light here, so even if it were red, I could just keep going. Oh, maybe not if there's a pedestrian, because I noticed there's crosswalks there. But this is a really nice street. I think on Valencia, when I talked to the city of San Francisco, the Valencia Street bike lane that was in the middle of the street, the kind of consensus everybody comes to is, well, keep a two-lane bike lane, but just push it to one side. And so something like this on Valencia Street would probably be perfect. I think about everybody can live with it. But the reason they didn't do that is because the traffic signal controllers are so old that anywhere the traffic would need to cross the bike lane, they'd have to do arrows and, you know, right turn arrows and left turn arrows and red arrows. So people don't, you know, if I have a green light right now, somebody can turn right across this bike lane, then I get smushed, you know. So trying to figure out a way to control that, especially with a two-way bike lane where people are riding both directions, you know, they have to really control it. And those signal controllers are from the 1960s in San Francisco, so they can't handle it. Where Georgia, it looks like they got some advantage here. One is the cemetery's been on my right. So you notice there haven't really, until now, there haven't been any crossings. So like a little bicycle freeway. It's been great. And two, Georgia's, you know, probably in a position where Atlanta can actually buy new signal controllers where San Francisco can't. And so, you know, they're able to actually build this bike lane here. This is very nice. A little bike light telling me I have to stop, so I'll stop. See the signal head over here on the right. Oh, I'm pointing, but you're down low. But you can see the traffic signal head most to the right. It has kind of a funny looking red light, and it's a you know, outline of a bicycle. They put a little filter in front of it to give a little picture of a bike. And you can kind of see a little bit farther to the right the downtown skyline, which is pretty nice. Star Wolf writes, these are new bike lanes. They just opened up about a month ago. Oh, that's cool. I was trying to get you to go there earlier. Okay, well, we're getting there, you know. Cell phones digital cameras are amazing, like on a cell phone. I'm amazed, nighttime photography, you know, if you're old enough to remember 35 millimeter film cameras, film is just so difficult to get to work at night. You have to hit everything with a flash, and then what you hit with a flash, it's sort of like you see a face in the middle of just a dark abyss. You know, it wasn't very good. And I don't know how digital photography has such a wider range, but I mean, it's starting to get reasonably dusk here. But seeing the replay of the stream on my other phone, it's looking really nice. I'm genuinely impressed with how good cell phone images look these days, you know. Got more, it's difficult to see from down there, but you can kind of see, I can't pivot it enough, but there's a whole high-rise apartment building along the street. And to the right, there's a lot of apartments as well. It's definitely neat to see supply enter the market, even if it's imperfect, where it's rentals or, you know, hedge fund owned rentals. But my argument is supply, and I'm just happy to see it get built. Ideally, I'd love for it to be 90% or 80% owner occupied, but at least we're getting supply on the market, and that helps. And it's good for cities. Like a housing shortage, it's really a shame that we're so slow at addressing it, because it's such an opportunity for depressed areas that traditionally have been blighted and just not had a lot of economic activity going on. And you can come in, put in thousands of housing units, and now you have customers. You know, these retail spaces that have been dying, they might shift, maybe they become more grocery stores and things, but you start having a customer base. And as long as people keep living there, it's never going to really blight that bad, because people are there. And my argument, even better, I think we're coming up to Georgia State Capitol's on the right here. If you could have it owner occupied, part of what killed communities in the past was there was a bunch of slumlords owning the thing, and you know, to be able to have people actually own and care about their house, you know, you get investment in the community, because, you know, they'll actually, when there's crime in their community, they'll actually call the cops, because they don't want their most expensive asset in life to be devalued because you know, the neighborhood fell apart. I think we're on a structure now, so the pavement just changed to concrete, and it's sounding very noisy. And to my right, I'm noticing that there's a parking lot, so we're gonna take advantage of this two-way cycle lane, oops, and go into the parking lot here and check it out. So there is the freeway. So this must be the connector you guys have been talking about. and it is quite big. I wonder if this side's more interesting to look at, or if we want to go over to the other side and look at it. Let's go check it out, and if not, and if it's not as interesting, we'll come back. Because I gotta disconnect the camera from the scooter mount, you know, so not in a hurry to do that till we're ready to set up, you know. Okay, we got a walk signal this way, so I'm going to use it. Okay. And then we'll wait for the one going this way. Looks like that's the direction to get on the Interstate 20 freeway ramp. And then, been kind of hard to see, but I'll see if I can pivot the scooter so you can see. I have the Georgia, I'm 99% sure is the Georgia State Capitol up there. You know, lawmakers can look out the window and see a beautiful view of the freeway. I do like the big bridge deck here. You know, I mean, obviously in a downtown, having a big chunk of car stuff is never fun, but I'd much rather have a big at-grade intersection like this one than have the freeway at ground level. You know, so that is kind of neat that they at least depress the freeway down enough that it's, you know, I'm not sure what I think about this high-speed right turning ramp. So these are the kind of ambiguous parts of town where it's like, okay, is it downtown or is it not downtown, right? Like, you want to be able to have downtown be people first, car second. But now I'm still in downtown, but this feels very much car first, people second. And I don't know if that's intentional. I'm thinking maybe it was better use of the space, but well, this looks kind of fun here. You can see the freeway ramps as well. So let me pull the phone up here for a minute, and we'll take a quick look and see what we got going on here. So yeah, you got the wide freeway connector here. What's impressive is they have a huge freeway interchange of ramps, but the ramps aren't super tall like they are in Texas. Texas, this freeway interchange would just dominate the skyline. You'd look up 100 feet and you'd just be seeing big freeway interchange ramps. And I think because they're able to put this down a story below ground, or 30 feet below ground, it's really 3 stories, it helps. I'd have to take a look at it on Google Maps. You probably can see it better than me at the moment. So let's go ahead and park the scooter. I don't think I'll be able to do it on private property, but I'll park it over on the sidewalk here. And then it says it's private property, but we'll film on it till we get kicked off. I don't think anyone's going to care. Okay, so I go to the scooter app and I say all done. And it says that ride, check my parking. So I got to take a picture of my parking here. Okay. All right. Check my parking. Okay. Let's see if that's a happy picture for it. Okay. So that ride was also $0. So it sounded like that $12.99 deal that they had us do was a pretty good deal here. So, all right, well, let's get caught up here on the live chat. You guys talking about capping Interstate 95 in Philadelphia where it's depressed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of camping potential here. Probably more on that side, honestly. I probably should have stopped over there, but I was kind of curious to see what was going on here. Did Atlanta depress the freeways or raise them up over the Arctic skew? CR12 writes, the flyover ramps don't all converge in one place. There's no need for it to be as tall. Okay, so that explains why the structure sits lower, because I know California were the first out west to really unapologetically go up, but California didn't necessarily have to tower. They could tunnel. Sometimes they'd actually do tunnels underneath Caltrans would, but Texas soil, from what I understand, I think Grady Hillhouse's Practical Engineering has a great video about why the Texas freeway bridges all tower up higher and higher, and I think it's a soil issue. And if I remember right, and I'm not a soil engineer, so I'm trying to, if my memory serves me right, hold on, I'm trying to flip it around so you can see me while I set the tripod up. If I remember right, the issue is the soil, when it gets dry in the summer, will start to recede. Like the water makes up a certain amount of the soil, and then when the soil dries out, it has voids in it, and it wants to like shrink. And so I think that's why they can't do tunnels underneath. I think I may be mistaken. It's been a long time since I've seen his video, but anyway, Texas has some unique challenges that prevent tunneling underground, so they just go up. And it's kind of fitting because you expect Texas, Texas builds a freeway interchange, you expect it to be tall, so. How are we doing on time-wise? 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 in the West, so we're probably starting to get a few new, you may be new joining in because you're getting done with work for the day. So that's kind of fun. All right. And we'll mount this up. Oh, and then I need my mount for the tripod. Where did that go? Greg B. Happy Wednesday. Well, happy Wednesday to you, Greg. Let's see. Rob should know about the 105-405 interchange in LA, right, Star Wolf? Some of the long tunneled fly-unders because LAX is close by. Oh, I never made that connection. Of course, that makes sense. Yeah, because the 105-405 interchange is one of my favorites. I remember when I was 19 years old, driving on it for the first time, visiting California, and thought a fly-under was so neat to be able to have a freeway where you could switch freeways underground. I just had never seen anything like that, and it was so cool. And then in Pasadena, there's a fly under that they have. Do it like this here. Let me get my hat so I don't look bald. There's my hat. Mein Hut, hat, Dreiecken. Dreiecken hat mein Hut. Und ob ist Dreiecken, dann ist das nicht mein Hut. Which is the only thing I know in German. It's my hat, it has 3 corners. 3 corners has my hat, and if my hat doesn't have 3 corners, then it's not my hat. Germans are real poets. Okay. Animal Daniel writes, hey, Rob. Well, hey to you. Tommy Jones Productions writes, Stone Mountain is just a massive granite slab. I only know Stone Mountain from the show 30 Rock because Kenneth Parcell is from Stone Mountain, Georgia. And the way Alec Baldwin's character makes Stone Mountain sound, it sounds like it's this little tiny town of like 500 people, like out in the middle of nowhere. And then you look on Google Maps, you're like, oh, come on, Jack Donaghy, what are you making fun of Stone Mountain for? It's like, it's an Atlanta suburb, Star Wolf, so I lived in Inglewood when the 105 freeway was being built, and Caltrans came to my school and told us all about it. The 105 freeway, I always thought would be such a fun thing to make a video about because it was the last true cut a freeway through a neighborhood project in Southern California. There'll never be anything quite like it. In that not to say that you don't have freeway projects in California that disrupt neighborhoods. You still do. There's a desperately needed freeway out in Riverside County called the Mid-Valley Connector or Mid-Valley Parkway, because you have unrestrained new home construction out that way. Not because people want to live in the middle of Riverside County on the wrong side of the mountain, but because when you're not allowed to build up in Orange County, you sprawl into the next place. Like California is great at creating jobs, but very like anywhere else, not so good at creating housing. And most places are not good at creating housing. They just have endless land to keep growing. California has mountains in the way, so they built over the mountain. And there are not enough freeways to serve all those houses. They already have horrible, I mean, you talk about induced demand. Well, the demand happens because of the houses. You don't necessarily have to induce the demand to have demand. You can just have demand, because absence of new development here means new development there. There was infrastructure here. We could have built more transit here, but because we're not allowed to do that here, we got to build more freeways out here. So they have a huge project out that way that they're working on. Riverside County basically has to pay for it by themselves. So it's self-financed. It's not federal money, it's not state money, not very much anyway. And it's going to take out some houses, but not a lot. It's mostly going to run where they've been saving land for it. And the thing with the 105 freeway you mentioned about it, it's the 105 freeway, I think it was the last genuine, like, every inch of this is demolishing a building. You know, it was a massive project. And so that's really neat that they came to your school to talk about it. I believe it was like a social program where, like, every house that Caltrans destroyed, they had to identify constructing a new housing unit someplace else to make up for it. And so it was really something. And unfortunately, I think everybody on that project is probably long retired or dead, because, you know, they were planning that back in the 80s. So maybe some of the brand new, really young engineers may still be working for Caltrans, or maybe freshly retired. But, you know, the old decision makers, they probably were born in the 1910s and 20s. You know, they're probably gone. But I don't know. Be a fun story to look at. All right, what else we got here? Tommy writes, I've ridden my bicycle from Midtown to Stone Mountain. Oh, that's cool. It's 18 miles and there's a path. I hooked a trailer up to my bike and carried camping gear out and camped at the campground there. That's fun. Star Wolf talking about where the 105 freeway mentions, one of my friends got a new house out of the deal, talking about the 105 freeway project. Yeah. Well, let's see. So there you go, the big freeway connector. But, you know, this sums up this whole discussion, the collision between the old school 1960s engineers and sort of the modern preacher type urban planners today, where one would say, oh, this is jamming up, we just got to make it bigger and then we'll fix it. But that's not right. But I also argue that sort of the modern preacher type urban planners who say, this thing's evil, rip it out. Okay, well, I don't think that's going to work either, right? I'm very pragmatic, and I'm not chasing one end or the other because ideologically I like it. I'm trying to chase what works. What's a good use of our tax revenue? I'm not a Georgia resident, but if I were, to try to maximize economic value out of getting people in and out of downtown and to work. And I think the correct answer is they shouldn't be using any transportation at all. They should be just doing remote work. You know, that's kind of my argument. Is I think we're looking at it totally the wrong way. It's why are we having so many people consume perfectly good fuel and, more importantly, time and stress so that they can go from a perfectly good computer at their house to a computer downtown? Why? What's the advantage of that? And so maybe the correct answer isn't to throw sticks at the drivers. You know, I think the kind of preachery urban planner types, they sort of have this approach of, oh well, if we just make driving miserable enough, it'll solve the problem. And I don't think that's the right answer, because who's that person? Who's that person? Who's that person? Like, you profile these people to an urban planner, they're probably going to fit a profile that's very villainous. They say, oh, well, this person makes $165,000 a year and lives in an 8,000 square foot house and doesn't like mass transit because it's full of minorities and people who smell funny. And so they drive in their Mercedes to their top floor law firm office, where they take an express elevator so they don't have to see anyone, and then they zip right back to their house. And they want nothing to do with civic engagement because they have no social capital, and they're rich and out of touch, and they're increasing their carbon footprint of Atlanta, and they're selfish. Okay, very easy to paint every person on the road like that. But you could also argue the median income in the state's what, $40-something thousand a year, and it could be a woman who lives far outside of town because she's living with a friend or a relative, but the only job she could find was cleaning a hotel room for barely above minimum wage because it was like a friend of a friend thing, and it's clear on the other side of town, and because there's one freeway, she gets funneled through here. You say, oh, well, she should take mass transit. Should she? Because by the time she takes 2 buses and then MARTA and then 2 more buses, it takes her 2.5 hours to get to work one way. And with the weird hours, like how early she has to come in the morning, MARTA's not even running yet because maybe she has to report to the hotel at 3:30. I don't know. I mean, you can imagine scenarios of a lot of vulnerable populations who participate in the economy. And this freeway connector is a real blessing to them, because they may drive the most rat trap of a car that they're borrowing from their uncle, but by golly, it gets them to work. And maybe at 3:30 in the morning, this ain't too bad, you know? I don't know. And so that's what I'm just saying, is like we have to be careful, because in coming in and saying we're going to take this freeway away and get rid of it, okay, well, I work remote, so that's no problem. And a lot of us are, you know, educated and have good jobs and are white collar, and you know, maybe have office incentives that say, hey, while you're riding MARTA, you can clock an hour of your work to and from work, you know, answering emails and things while you're on the train, right? But but we come from a position of privilege, you know. Privilege isn't a bad thing. It's not something you apologize for, but I think we have to humbly accept that a privilege that each of us have means that it's something somebody else doesn't have, you know. There are people who have privileges we don't have, and we have privileges other people don't have. And so a well-meaning, preachery urban planner type who would say freeways are bad, we're going to get rid of it, and everybody should take transit, may be coming from that position of privilege and not fully understanding the value this could cause. This helps for blue-collar people with a plumbing business, or a technician for an electrical contractor, or a day laborer, you know, going to work a minimum wage job doing landscaping at somebody's house, or just all the many different types of people who have passed by us here while we've been talking, and then we take that away. Isn't that kind of a form of gentrification that now we're imposing on them? It's like, oh, well, I don't like the noise of the freeway because my condo here downtown is really noisy, and if we could get rid of that freeway, then my condo will be nice, and I'll have a peaceful, nice urban environment where I can go walk to get sushi. That's not a bad thing. That's a nice goal to have. But what cost am I imposing on these people who may not be as privileged as me? And I'm going to come back and argue that in so doing, am I imposing a cost on the poor similar to when we cut through poor neighborhoods in the first place to build the freeway in the first place? You know what I mean? Does the knife cut both ways? We caused a big injury putting the freeway in, and then now things have healed, there's scar tissue, and it's slowly getting better. And now I'm going to pull the knife this way to take the freeway out and open a new wound. I don't know. I bring that up just because we don't talk about that. And I may be completely out of line here, and it may be that you could remove some freeways and you'd be fine. I know there's certainly freeways I can list off the top of my head that you can get rid of and they're no problem. You know, was it 375 in Detroit? I forget what the number is, but it's the little stub freeway that goes like 1 mile. Getting rid of that freeway. Detroit never needed it. It goes 1 mile. It's fine. Get rid of it. It's just it's in the way. Interstate 70 in Baltimore, where it actually isn't Interstate 70, but it would have been had they connected it. That's never going to get built. You can get rid of it. When Seattle put 99 in a tunnel, great. That was a win-win. It sounded like Texas is in Dallas. They're going to put that big viaduct down below grade, and then the city of Dallas is going to pay to cap it. Win-win. So there definitely are places where you can get rid of freeways. But when all your freeways in your region funnel into this connector, I'm sorry, you can't get rid of it. It's here. And it would be very bad for the economy to get rid of it. It's just something that Atlanta just has to live with, unless they want to spend an enormous amount of money relocating this freeway somewhere else, but then that causes impact. So anyway, that's my pragmatism sermon on why I don't just immediately hop on the urbanism train, because in the real world it's complicated. So all right, now let's see what hornet's nest I whipped up here. Oh, you guys talking about Boise? Let's go. Boise needs more freeways. Boise at least needs a plan to save corridors for future freeways, because Boise is growing like crazy, and they are in denial that they'll ever need more freeways. And they're making the same mistake Phoenix, Arizona made, and they're going to turn into Tucson, Arizona. And Tucson, Arizona is beautiful. They'd probably take pride in the fact that they never built out their freeway network. But now you have a crazy arterial street network. If you remember the video I did on hawk beacons, where I talked to Richard Nassy, who invented them. And so every street is this like crazy 7-lane street with people charging 50 miles an hour and blowing through crosswalks and running red lights, because the city streets, which should be focused on shorter trips of people just going to and from the grocery store, now have to be regional connectors. And so every street is just blown out, because streets with stoplights can't move traffic like freeways can. And so because Tucson never built out a proper network of freeway to serve the low density land use that they chose to do, you're stuck with it. You know, that's, again, it goes to my argument. Like, I'm not saying freeways are superior at all. What I'm saying is, if a region chooses to be car dependent, they have to build the car infrastructure. They can't have it both ways and say, we're going to build out a bunch of single family sprawl and then not build the freeways. Have fun, Boise. Talk to Tucson, see how that worked out for you. Keep Me Conscious writes, Boise is building a connector highway to Emmett. Okay, so it's nice to see something going on. I know they had, is that the little north-south one that comes off of 84? Because I saw that they were starting to work on something like that. Sorry, I'd argue my voice is, my voice is hoarse from the dry air, but I don't think you're going to buy that. The little north-south freeway is pretty cool, but my argument is like State Street or something, that being another east-west corridor, kind of on the north end of Boise. They got to do something big, and there's nothing on the long-range plan yet. But that's true. I did see that one there. I guess that's all she wrote. Okay. HT writes, 676 is also planned to be capped in Philly one day, and the project is called The Stitch, to reconnect the city, particularly Chinatown residents. I love capping freeways. Capping is like the bee's knees, man. Like, Boston figured something out, and it's enormously expensive, but if you do it, it can make a lot of people really happy, because you keep the high capacity route open. Can you imagine if all of this just dumped like a viaduct into the downtown grid over there? I mean, downtown would be awful. Yeah, you would have diversion. There'd be more people taking the Beltway, but you probably still get almost half of these people still just charging through downtown. It'd be terrible. So having the high capacity route's nice. And so capping is great because it's like, okay, you still have your high capacity route to keep cars off your city streets so you can keep them tame and calm and people first, cars second, right? And you can make it disappear. You don't have the loud noise. I mean, I don't know how good this mic is at isolating my voice, but like this thing's genuinely loud. Like I wouldn't fault a resident of a condo near here advocating to take the freeway away, right? They're selfish relative to all the other needs of everybody else, but I wouldn't fault them for trying just because of the noise alone, right? So if you can put a cap on it, and it's like Boston's Big Dig, and the freeway just magically vanishes, but you still have a freeway, primo. Problem is it's so expensive to do, and that's why a lot of cities haven't done it. But as they're able to do it, you know, I think it's a good use of money. I think pretty neat. Want something fun? I don't know why this is happening, but we talked earlier about Michigan and the new international bridge that's opening this fall that sound like I'm starting to get my arm twisted to maybe go check out on your behalf. The Canadian side, as you go south, you actually go south into Canada. It's kind of fun. The Canadian side has the freeway coming away from the bridge, and about every quarter mile, they kind of did almost like a suburban cap. I'd never seen that done before, where it kind of almost like a park, you know, grass for a stretch that goes over the top of the freeway. And I've never seen a cap done like that. And I just think that's really neat. I need to make sure my passport's up to snuff so I can go over on that side and talk to the Canadian side and say, hey, I think it's really cool that they did that. So Ivan writes, Charleston, West Virginia has the opposite problem. Lots of interstate capacity, but a dwindling population. Yeah, it's a problem. I think Wyoming comes to mind for similar reason. Wyoming's not dwindling. Wyoming just never had it, right? But they have the importance of the federal gas tax. Again, it's not. I'm not making an ideological call here. I'm just looking at what works. When you have a national need for that interstate highway, people who drive through West Virginia to go somewhere else, it's not fair that West Virginia has to brunt the cost of that. We should all collectively pay that. The purpose of the federal government is what the Constitution says, in interstate commerce, right? And so me going from, you know, Pennsylvania to, where would I drive through West Virginia? Pennsylvania to Virginia? I don't know. That sounds right. I got to use some of that interstate capacity in West Virginia. There needs to be a really robust federal gas tax to help pay for that capacity. West Virginia really shouldn't be bearing the full cost of that, you know. And so having a healthy federal gas tax again would be a good idea, but because of the deteriorating political environment in the United States over the last 30 years, they haven't been able to raise the federal gas tax since 1994, not even for inflation. So it's still something, I don't know, it's like 18 cents a gallon, 19 cents a gallon. It's something really low. And it needs to be more like 60 cents a gallon or more to actually have some buying power to help states like West Virginia out, right? And so it's really not fair. And it kind of breaks my heart to see the states that would benefit from this sort of thing most, like Wyoming or West Virginia, are often the representatives in the Senate who are quickest to oppose because on ideological grounds they don't want a tax hike. And I really think that's too bad, you know, because effectively the tax would hit everybody, including me in California, and so an enormous amount of Texans and Californians and Floridians and New Yorkers all helping to pay for West Virginia's roads. And West Virginia opposes it, and that's really too bad. Again, not picking political sides, just not being ideological, just saying from a practical standpoint, it does shoot them in the foot, and it's really too bad. So, all right, let's take a look here. Mr. Fish writes, Hi, Mr. Fish. Love your videos. Love. I'm a Brit, and I've learned so much from them. The vids, I mean, not the live streams. He didn't say that, I'm just kidding. And then smiley face. Well, good to see you, Mr. Fish. And I'm trying to think time-wise, what time? It's got to be quite late, because you're what? So from California, I think you're 8 hours behind me. So it'd be like 2 in the morning, wouldn't it? Anyway, well, good to see you. I'm a big fan of British talk radio, LBC, because I've exhausted of American talk radio, and I haven't been able to listen to American talk radio other than KFI in Los Angeles, but it's not political. I haven't been able to listen to American talk radio in like 15 years. So British talk radio is fun because I hear all your drama, what's going on in Parliament, and suddenly my problems don't seem as bad. So, but good to see you. Let's see, Jovette. Hi, good to see you. Jovette writes, hi, Rob. Star Wolf writes, most other countries toll the expressway for that. Talking interstate commerce. Yeah, it is kind of interesting that China, the communist country, when they wanted to build out a national freeway network, highway network, free, referring to being free of stoplights and stop signs, their freeway network, they did tolls. They figured, well, we'll issue bonds, and then the users of the road will pay the bonds back. I think Franklin Roosevelt's original plan for 3 big expressways across the country in the 1930s would have been the same way. It would have been that you put toll booths on them, and then as more and more people drive on them, you pay them off. But after the war, I think America, which is not a communist country, never will be a communist country, or even close to a communist country, decided that instead of charging the user fee at a toll booth, it would be more efficient, and it is, to charge a motor fuel tax instead. And so most of the federal gas tax from the 50s on went to the Highway Trust Fund to build and maintain the interstate highway system. And one of the founders of the interstate highway system, and I forget his name, was heartbroken because by the 1970s and 80s, there was a sense that, maybe one of the best ways to increase capacity on the interstate highway system would be to improve mass transit in cities, because every passenger on a train going into the city is somebody who's not in a car. And from the 1970s, 80s, I think for sure in 1991 with George Herbert Walker Bush, but I think even in the 80s some. I think in the Nixon and Carter administrations, they started having where you could divert money to transit. And the founder of the interstate system was heartbroken because he felt like we'd kind of broken the contract, that the contract had been that this was a trust, and the trust was for the interstate highway system, and the money was supposed to maintain this thing, and to start divvying trust money out to something else would diminish the ability to continue to maintain and care for the system. I don't know that he was opposed to mass transit, this gentleman, I can't remember his name, but I think his thinking was, we'll just create a transit trust or something, to build out transit. But what we've done instead is taken that 19 cents and split it more and more ways. So a lot of it goes to helping with federal transit grants and things too. And I think that was the right call, because like I say, downtowns, even small downtowns, like in the middle of a suburb or something, but definitely the central business district, you really have to have a people first, car second approach, because you're never going to be able to provide adequate parking in a downtown to serve everybody. You know, if you took Manhattan and you provided adequate parking for all the people in Manhattan, you'd have to demolish half of Manhattan, even just for garages, you know, multi-story garages. And then that means everybody's trip in Manhattan has to be twice as far. And as we were talking a couple hours ago, taxpayers per mile, there's an enormous amount of taxpayers per mile in Manhattan. There's no excuse for any street in Manhattan to be in bad shape. Sometimes they are, and there's complicated political reasons for that, but there shouldn't be, because you have plenty of taxpayers per mile. And you can start doing some really neat projects like subways and stuff like that because of how many taxpayers you have. And so in a downtown area, transit makes sense. Now you say, I'm a federal taxpayer, so my money should also not just benefit highways, it should benefit transit. I think that was the thinking the Nixon administration had, and subsequent administrations have had since. Even this administration, as controversial as they are, and the current House and Senate as controversial as they are, at some point they're going to do another transportation reauthorization bill. You're not going to see transit suddenly disappear. It's less controversial than ever, you know, and I think it's because even the most die-hard car fans today recognize if I defund SEPTA in Philadelphia, all those SEPTA riders are going to be out driving on the road. And, you know, freeways fail kind of like bathtubs overflow, where the bathtub works fine with a little bit of water in it, and it works fine with medium amount of water, and it actually worked pretty great when it's almost full. You get in and covers your whole body and you stay nice and warm, right? But then the bathtub starts to get stressful when you're in the tub and you move a little bit, and then the water starts like wanting to slosh over the side. And so then you start not liking the bath as much. But as soon as that water goes over the top and floods your bathroom, the bath's not fun anymore. It's miserable. You hate it, right? So that's the way freeways are, right? I'm sounding like the squeaky voiced teen on The Simpsons. Mr. Maruka, help! Homer goes to Cold Stone, and the squeaky voiced teen has his tip jar there, you know, and they have all the different mix-ins, and Homer's pointing, ooh, I want that, I want that, I want that, you know. And then he finally points at the tip jar, you know, and mix that in, you know. And the squeaky voiced teen goes, but sir, that's my tip jar. Mix it in. I'm sounding like the squeaky voiced teen tonight for some reason. Anyway, federal gas tax. It's a good thing. All right, we got here, at one point I counted, this is your local sentient thing writes, at one point I counted 20 plus lanes near the northern entry of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport in Texas. In their defense, 2 state highways had concurrency at that stretch of freeway. Yeah, I mean, state highway engineers are not masochists who purposely want to build a freeway that's as wide as a football field. Like, nobody wakes up one day and says, wow, I want to do this, right? But you end up in a situation where you have state highway infrastructure, regional transit infrastructure, but city-level zoning. And no city wants to be altruistic, other than maybe the downtown city. No city wants to be altruistic and say, hey, let's like develop in a responsible way, because that's expensive. You know, you got a lot more infrastructure you got to do up front, and it's much easier to just kind of go with the flow. You're a Texas town, subdivision developer, D.R. Horton or whoever comes in, KB Homes, you know. They've done 1,000 subdivisions, and this is 1,001. And they basically buy a piece of land, don't have to change the zoning code, draw their plat map, have their utility plan, and you run it through your city, and It just kind of all rubber stamps through, doesn't cause a lot of political controversy. Life goes on. And now you have 800 new houses, totally dependent on roads. And then the next subdivision and the next suburb and the next suburb, and it just kind of keeps going. Because if I try to be altruistic and I come in and I say, hey, I want to build this neighborhood that's going to be really walkable and transit oriented. And so, also you need to build me transit. They're going to say, no, we have no plans to build you transit because none of the other subdivisions need transit. So why would we build a BRT line out to your subdivision, you know? So there's like no network to connect my transit to. And then the zoning code says, oh, you have all these setback requirements and minimum lot sizes. And boy, some of your things are weird because they're duplexes, you know? Okay. So then I go to try to get a variance or a zone change. So I got to put up all the signs that say there's a proposed zone change to this lot. And then I run over to the city hall for the public meeting. And all the people in the other neighborhoods around there are crying and screaming and yelling about how I'm going to bring in the criminals and I'm going to destroy the neighborhood. And there's not enough parking, and we need more parking, and if they don't put enough parking, then all my residents are going to park on all the streets, and no street anywhere in Texas will have a place to park. And the city council is trying to play referee, but they're chicken because they know that if they play hardball against the residents to try to accommodate me, then in November when they're up for re-election, there'll be a big campaign to remove them, and they'll get replaced with somebody who will play hardball with me. And at the end of the day, if I want to build my subdivision, the city's going to say, look, the residents are too angry. They don't want to change their neighborhood. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just build another car-dependent suburb, and we can all go home, and nobody will be mad. And so like the cycle just continues and continues and continues, right? And yet, it's the state having to come up and clean up the mess, you know, right? And so, yeah, you leave it to the state. They're not coming in saying like, wah ha ha ha, we're going to cause induced demand and build all this freeway infrastructure. They're responding to politicians who basically say, hey, we're tired of being stuck in traffic, so we're ordering you, appropriating you $2 million, do a study on fixing the traffic, right? So they do the study and they're like, well, we could add transit, or we could do nothing, or we could widen the freeway, right? And based on the required metrics that the politicians gave, it's like, well, based on your constraints, the only one that actually for a while improves the level of service on the freeway is widening. And so then the politicians are like, yeah, do that one. So then the state's compelled to do it. So they do the best engineering practices they can to build a 20-lane highway to try for a while to make the traffic better. They know, right? But they don't get a say because ultimately the decision that led to needing that highway was at that city council meeting 5 years before then, where maybe the developer might have even wanted to have been creative and done something transit-oriented, but they didn't get to because there's too much local opposition. Think about this. There may be 500,000 Texans who would love to live in like a new urbanism type development that's walkable. Take Cabbagetown, but build a brand new one for 2025. They probably love that, right? Do any of those potential residents get a voice at City Hall when the developer's proposing building it? No, they don't, because somebody with a loud muffler there. Do they get a say in any of this? And the answer is no, because they don't know yet that in an alternate universe they would have been living there, right? So when the meeting happens, they might not even live in Texas yet. They might be living in, Illinois or Connecticut or Florida or who knows, So they're not going to show up to the meeting. The only people who show up to the meeting are the existing residents who are scared of change. The only people who get to vote for the sitting city council members are the existing residents who are scared of change. And so this just process continues and continues. And who gets blamed? The state highway engineers who are just trying to clean up the mess, right? They're just trying to respond to the land use that's already happening, right? Now, if you gave transit to the state and you funded transit the same way you fund roads, it's one big pot of money, and the state highway engineers now have the flexibility not just to build roads, but they can build trains too, maybe you could start to change it. But does the Texas Department of Transportation, does the Georgia Department of Transportation get to build trains? No, they don't. So they're tasked with money and a job from the legislature right over there and from counties and cities around here that help raise money for them, win federal grants, issue county sales tax measures, have state gas taxes, and they take that money and say, fix my problem, and then we only give them one way to solve the problem. And then we blame them? That's on us, dude. You know, if we really want to start having some flexibility in development and being able to build things that isn't just constant highway expansion, you got to start with permitting developers the freedom to be able to build something different. Now, the good news is you can see downtown central business cities like Atlanta, right, where they already have they have transit, they've got older downtown grids and things. You're able to do neat things in those cities because they're less scared to try new things because they're urban, cosmopolitan, dense. You know, it's very difficult to argue the density card when you already have skyscrapers downtown, right? But what do you do in Alpharetta? What do you do in Sandy Springs? What do you do in Marietta? What do you do? You know, you get outside of town, Stone Mountain, right? And you want to try something different. There's this old farmhouse on 10 acres, but I don't want to just slice it up into even pieces. I want to kind of build it into like a walkable thing that maybe the next lot could add on to, and eventually we have this little like downtown thing, you know, like walkable village thing. It would get killed to death in the city council. So we're back to this. So I say, Rob, why are you for widening the freeways? Because at least for a while it works. Doesn't work forever. You fill it up, but for a while it works. You know, so, but it's a Band-Aid. The proper answer is to give more flexibility, and we don't. All right, Nathan, aka the FPS expert. Hi, Nathan. Nathan writes, "Hi, Rob, longtime viewer from Houston. On councils being hesitant when they're up for renewal in November. What's your opinion on the recent mayor change in Houston, Texas, and some of his anti-bike/transit stance? I have not followed it. I'm going to follow it now. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on because it sounds what you described awfully similar to the new premier of Ontario, Canada, who is trying to take bike lanes out. I think without knowing the circumstances, one of the things we can get into trouble with is maybe when we overpromise a benefit and then the public kind of fails to realize it, and then they get disappointed. And, you know, you see that in like national politics. A national political figure says, elect me, I realize you're struggling economically, I'll help you out. But then people don't feel there was adequate help. And so then they may vote for their opponent, who's like completely the opposite even, just as a way of like, oh, I'm mad that you didn't help me out. And maybe it was something like that. You know, was the previous mayor, I'm not familiar with the mayor of Texas, was the previous mayor of Texas one that was very pro-transit and pro-bike and things? and trying to make the case, because we can make the case, hey, we're going to take a car lane away, we're going to put this bike lane in, and you're going to have millions of people riding this bike lane, and traffic's actually going to get better, right? But that's not really quite true. By American bike lane standards, it's a success. You have 20 bikes an hour on this thing. That's pretty good, And it's like, well, okay, but most people see as a bike lane that looks empty, and they gave up a car lane for it, and maybe they were supportive of up front because we had promised some things, and they were trying to be altruistic and say, yeah, I don't mind sharing the road with bikes, But then they start finding red lights blow out. Instead of getting 2 lanes of through traffic through, you only get 1 lane through. The queues start getting too long, and so people are like, hey, I was all for this bike lane thing, but when I have to drive, I just keep missing red light after red light after red light. That's weird. There's yellow lights. It almost looked like one of the DOT highway helper vehicles, but it had a siren. So is that a thing in Georgia where the highway helper gets a siren? Because there were no blue lights on it. It was flashing red and amber, red and yellow, where I would think an ambulance or a fire truck would be all red. I don't think it would have amber on it, so I don't know. So again, not knowing the situation in Houston, one could argue maybe people backlashed against it because they said, oh, he turned around. Yeah, that was definitely that was one of those DOT highway helpers. So now I got to look that up because I didn't know in Georgia the incident management truck could use a siren and speed like that. Okay, no super chats, so I'll grab another random one. You guys are getting a good deal tonight because a few people, one in particular, really front-loaded the super chats, and so it's like, buy one, get one free. You're getting a lot of free stuff. This is fine. Tommy Jones calls it a DOT hero truck. Okay, so I didn't know that. Okay, the idea of a incident management, a hero truck as you call them, getting a siren, to me as somebody who lives out west, is like so comical I almost want to giggle. Because that just seems so ridiculous that the incident management truck, like out west, incident management don't even get to flash red. They just get yellow lights, right? So the fact that they have red on them just, that just tickles me of just being absolutely hilarious. I suppose it makes sense, right? Because if they can get out to deal with something that can prevent a crash, that's just as important as a highway patrolman getting out there quickly and being able to use their siren. But I just laugh because I've never seen anything like that. Be able to use red lights, let alone a siren. That's I get a kick out of that. Isaac writes, "You're still alive." Yeah, well, no. You stand on that bridge another hour or so, I'll probably drive underneath it on my way home. I think we're probably pretty soon gonna take off and check out the genuine downtown since we're here. But, let's see. Andrew writes, "Welcome to my home state. You'll be pleased to know near Powersville, they're putting in a few new roundabouts." Yeah, I think roundabouts can do an enormous amount of good on medium volume, kind of medium to slowish speed, collectors and even some arterials. We talked about that some in Carmel, about how they basically, anywhere that warranted a stoplight or a four-way stop or something, that they basically now the default is to just do roundabouts. And it's worked, it served them really well, because I think about this quite a bit as I would get stuck at long lights. In the city of Atlanta, I noticed, and some of the suburbs, seem to bias more for long signal phases. So it's kind of the philosophy: do you keep cycling through the green lights really fast of each direction that needs a green light, so that you don't waste any time of the green sitting there, but there are no cars? Or do you, but then you waste time on the yellows and the all reds, everybody coming to a stop and switching is a waste of time. Where a green, you can kind of keep the line moving, And it seems like out in California, I've noticed they tend to cycle a little bit faster through the lights. Depending on the city, each city does their own thing, but particularly the city of Atlanta has some pretty long stretches on some of these streets. And it's crossed my mind that if they took some of these roads and really went all in on a corridor of roundabouts, it might serve them well. With a catch, I think you'd have to commit to the entire corridor, because I saw north of where we started, and I don't remember the street, but it was the one, I think they call it the Boulevard or whatever, that as you go farther north, I think there's a roundabout on that or near that. And it was failing, not because too many cars were arriving at the roundabout, but because as you start heading west out of that roundabout on the cross street going this way, it hit one of those long red lights. And so the queue backed into the roundabout, and for many of the motions now, people wanting to go through the roundabout can't get through because the right turn failed. And so that's where you probably want to widen that with a slip lane, so the slip lane can back up, but at least the roundabout still works. Because that's one of the problems with the roundabout is if you have a single lane roundabout and you fail it, most of the motions now are failed because nobody can get through, even people who aren't going that direction. So if you have a car coming this way wanting to turn to go left, but the right turn here has failed, this car comes in and gets stuck, and they can't complete their left turn. Where at a regular intersection, that wouldn't have been a problem, because they could have made their left turn, and even if the right turn blown out, right? So there are cases where I think the roundabout could be a problem. But what Carmel did is, by trying to have anywhere you stop be a roundabout, you now have a pretty healthy situation where you never have the queues building up, the line of cars stuck at a light backing into another roundabout, because this roundabout's never going to back up because nothing next to it's backing up, and then because it doesn't back up, then this one won't back up, and because this one won't back up, then these won't back up. And so it's pretty clever, but like I say, it's an all-in commitment. And as we saw at the beginning of the stream, you walk around, Atlanta has a lot of other priorities. Cities don't just do transportation, they do everything with the health and welfare and safety of the people who live here. And so trying to come at Atlanta and say, hey, I've got $1 billion idea, let's convert pretty much all the signals in this city of 500,000 people to roundabouts. There's no doubt on the back end of that there'd be an enormous windfall of being able to make so much more economic activity off of the improved traffic flow and the commerce that would facilitate, that it would probably pay for itself in benefits in a matter of just a few years. The problem is getting that initial $1 billion to say we're going to commit to change out all the signals in town with roundabouts. And so one idea that it's gotten floating around a long time, in fact, let's talk about it as we ride downtown, is the idea, super chat, yay! Let me finish my thought, is an infrastructure bank. The federal government took billions and billions of dollars and created a bank run by the U.S. Department of Transportation, or because it could be for other projects too, and basically said, if a city has something that they can demonstrate, that on the back end they'd be able to pay it back pretty quickly, but rather than going to the bond market and paying an enormous amount of money to borrow bonds and things, to be able to borrow it from the federal government or from the state government and state infrastructure bank, and then pay the state back. And so instead of those interest payments going to commercial investors in the banking sector and to private investors, which is bleeding tax dollars, because now instead of $1 for dollar going to a public benefit, maybe 20 cents on the dollar is going to just make some rich guy's pension fund make a return, right? And that's not a good use of taxpayer dollars. But if you have an infrastructure bank, then that money could benefit, if it's the state of Georgia, because that gives them more money to loan other cities, right? And so at least Atlanta's interest payments would be benefiting Georgia or the federal government, which would then benefit other projects rather than benefiting the bank. So anyway, I think that'd be a fun one. All right, as we get moved over to the scooter again, I'll take a look at Nick's super chat here, and also just check the battery level of this stuff here. So the new phone has still 63% battery, and it's not even plugged in. I tell you, this S22, sorry, I'm going to be bald for a minute. This S22 has been such a disappointment. This is what I tried to do the chat with in Las Vegas, and it didn't last more than, an hour before it died? Do not buy a Samsung S22. I don't mind if you get a 23 or 24. Apparently they fixed the problem, but learn from my mistake. Do not buy a used S22. Tonight, to make it work, you can see it's extra fat. I had to buy an external battery that you plug in. So that's allowing me to read along. So this is a great garbage phone. But the A16, the super cheap, like $99 phone that's as bigger than a king-size Hershey bar, that one, because of its size, they put a giant battery in it, and it's running like a champ. So, takeaway, when you're doing live streams, get something big. All right, Nick. Nick writes, hey, Rob, might have missed it, but have you gone to Decatur or Buckhead Station? No, we haven't yet. 2 types of TOD. What have you done yet? So Buckhead's a little too far to go to tonight. Buckhead, though, I haven't been there, but I have changed trains there. So I not on this trip, but last time I was in Atlanta, I think I had to change trains in Buckhead, and it is really cool. I'd love to take you up there, but I think it's too far. I don't totally rule it out. Let's go downtown first, one thing at a time, and we'll go check that out, because what Nick's talking about here is the, and I'm looking for my bracket, so if you're wondering why I'm off camera. What Nick's talking about is a transit-oriented development, probably one of the best I've ever seen. So successful that, of course, none of us can afford to live there. But it's a really great use of airspace leasing. So they have like a parking garage and a high-rise building on top of, oh, you know what? I think I left the clip on the scooter. That's why I can't find it. All right, let's walk over to the scooter here. So an airspace lease, if you might remember from the fire in Los Angeles, is any time you take a highway and you rent out the airspace, either on top of it or below it. So if you have a big long bridge, underneath it is airspace, right? And so states legally can, if they want to, create an airspace leasing policy, and people can pay them money and put stuff underneath freeways. In LA, they're actually putting whole buildings under there. Got a whole video about that you probably watched. And the theory, though, and I think why they call them airspaces, the real dream was a hope that one day people would lease out the space on top of the freeway, because it's not particularly useful, you know. And so there aren't many places in the country where they've done successful airspace leases, but one of them is the Buckhead area of Atlanta. I don't know how far back I have to walk for you to see me, but. And so if you are following along on Google Maps and you look at, I think it's Georgia Highway 400, as you start heading north out of Atlanta, there's all of a sudden a spot where there's buildings on top of the freeway. That's Buckhead. And it's a MARTA station. It's office buildings. I think I saw one office building was, I think, for Earthlink or something. I can't remember if that was Buckhead, but which made me wonder. Earthlink was the old dial-up internet company, so I was actually surprised to still see an Earthlink building. They must have pivoted to something else, but yeah, it's Buckhead is enormously successful, and if MARTA was all above ground, it'd be tempting to ride up there, to ride the MARTA to Buckhead. But the trouble is, I think where I'd get on the train, I go underground, and then I'm gonna end up losing signal. So I'm not sure that's good. Plus, last time I rode the monorail, but I only went like 3 miles, and I think I'm going to go a lot farther than that to go up to Buckhead. So now Decatur Station, I'm not sure where that's at, so I need to take a look at that. But oh yeah, Buckhead. We'll talk more about Buckhead, but I also want to get a super chat from Bennett. Sorry, Bennett, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Miras Bennett M. Bennett tipped me off to. I haven't paid for the scooter yet. Oh, it's braking. It's not letting me ride it for free. Okay. I appreciate your super chat, Bennett. Thank you. Bennett and I have been talking. There's a story in South Carolina that we're collaborating on, that he's helping me get in touch with some cool people to talk to. And so that may be a video you start seeing pop up. Probably, I don't know if that one will be out end of July or end of August, but it'll be one of the ones coming up here pretty soon. So, okay, let me pay for the scooter. And we got Sasho, who's a longtime friend of mine in California. Hi, Rob. Longtime viewer, first time chatter. I heard that you're single. Is that true? Oh, he's doing the he's making a good case that as somebody who has graduated some of the decades where people tend to find girlfriends and wives, that I should come to you with my problem and say, hey, do you have a cool single sister who's just can't find a guy who's just into roads enough for her taste, to just keep me in mind for okay, let me see, where's my scooter? Okay, scooter, start ride, starting ride. It makes a happy sound. Okay, and we and I don't think he's all that wrong, but oh, ding ding. But yeah, it's kind of fun to I don't know, keep in mind. Like I say, you're never gonna meet people by just saying the joke of Ned Flanders' hippie beatnik parents who told the doctor, we tried nothing and we're all out of ideas, right? So, as you have coworkers and friends and things that just always say, hey, just FYI, I'm just looking to meet a girl, and I don't know, just kind of casually date and stuff. So to put the word out there that just got a cute sister or cousin who's like complaining about being in her 30s and life's rough, I don't know. That's something to think about. I won't dwell on that too much though, because I'm about to hit the end of a sidewalk. Oh man, do you think we can 4x4 this thing? It stopped. It's like it knows this thing's here and it won't ride it. Oh no, we were gonna Ford F-150 this thing. This gravel pile here. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it work. Okay, we'll turn around here and attack it at full speed. Here we go. Ford F-150. Whoa! It worked, kind of. Okay. So we're approaching the Capitol building here. I got a green light, but a do not walk. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, probably have to cross here. Looks like they got a street closure, so should probably push the button. That's the kind of the weird thing about a scooter is like it's bicycle rules, except for the places where you're not allowed to ride scooters. And then, but then to cross the street, I need to push the walk button. I don't know. It feels like there's this in between cars and walking around. We know how to build stuff for people walking around. We're not so good at building stuff for people in between. You know, we've been very poor at building stuff for bicycles, but you know, bicycles were mostly people who were you know, hardcore and riding in the traffic lanes anyway, the spandex crowd, you know. But now with e-bikes and these scooters, you know, dummies like me can go ahead and attack. Speaking of, why is this walk signal not coming on? Do you know what I'm going to do? This is a one-way street. We're just going to merge in. Why wait to cross it? We'll just merge it. Okay. So yeah, state capitol on the left. Coming up on the construction project here. We'll see how they flag us through. I'm going to keep going straight. Got a Georgia State Patrol car there on my right, probably watching to make sure we don't do something. I bet it's related to this high-rise building they're working on here. Got a lot of traffic control here, but I'm not sure what their goal is. Straight open? Okay, thank you. And let this car. Okay. Let the cars by so that way no bike lane. We go down into a tunnel here. Tunnels are interesting because I think this is for a MARTA station, but howdy. I prefer having the cars go down and back up. Well, I guess that's what's going on here, but you make the pedestrians go down and back up, then they don't want to walk down the street because who wants to walk back up a hill, you know? So big 1960s style undercrossings like that, it just doesn't feel like the goal of people first, cars second, right? So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind as we're in the downtown area here is, you know, people first, cars second. And how well do they accomplish that? Georgia State University police. I've noticed in Georgia that some of the cop cars I've seen, they drive around with some kind of lights on all the time. You know, they're not flashing, but they'll be, you know, solid blue, or I think Atlanta, it seemed like it was a solid yellow. It's just a different approach where what I'm accustomed to in Western states, Utah, Nevada, California, Arizona, the lights are off unless they're doing something. And then if they do, it's, you know, yellow is utility, caution, you know, it's when, you know, red is emergency, and then blue is, okay, it's a cop thing going on, you know, you got to pull over because you're getting a ticket. Whoa. And it's scary having to be in lane with cars coming up quick behind you. I almost bought the farm there. That guy was coming up so quick. I'm hoping as you get more into central Atlanta that it's a little less dead. I'm not, this area is feeling kind of 1990s downtown, where it dies after 6 p.m., Jovette writing, "Who Let the Rob Out?" That's my kind of music era. It's funny, when Who Let the Dogs came out, I think I was a sophomore in high school or something, I don't remember. I hated that song. I hated even more Britney Spears' Toxic that would come out like 3 years later. Usher's Yeah, 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 didn't like it. And then you let like 20 years go by, and you're listening to the oldies station for some reason. They now consider a song from 2000 an oldie. And Who Let the Dogs Out comes on, and you go, oh, yes, yes. I'm so excited to hear this. And it shows that nostalgia can wash out taste. Because there's no doubt when I was in high school, I had a sense of taste. And the taste told me that music was garbage. But now the nostalgia just overpowers that. And I realize that's why, as we all get old, I guess we get tackier, is because we just realize we like what we like. So why, if it ain't broke, why, So that's how you see like your old boomer relative listening to some lame song like, "Oh my darling, knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me." And you're like, why are you listening to this garbage, And it's because they didn't like the song either. They just got nostalgic because it reminds them of 1966, And I'm no better than they are, because I'm sitting around jamming out to "I'm toxic, I'm wicked over the days, and I'm addicted to you because you know that I'm toxic." That's the cool thing with the downtown area, is I can be sitting here belting out Toxic and nobody even bats an eye. So you've made it in a actual city. Still looking kind of dead, but pretty cool here on the left. I haven't seen one of these before, like a truly urban gas station. So trying to find a way to blend a gas station, court area into an otherwise, parking garage just a little bit beyond it to the left, and then a high-rise building to the right. And it kind of fits in. It's something I remember reading an article about, maybe about a decade ago, that Manhattan had gotten so expensive that those that do have to drive a car, taxi cabs and chauffeur services and things, imagine now Uber and Lyft, that you have to almost leave Manhattan entirely and like go up to the Bronx or out to Brooklyn or Queens to even find a gas station, because it just wasn't worth it land-wise to spend perfectly good urban land on something like a gas station. That here's Atlanta, a developer doing it in a, I think, aesthetically tasteful way. Bump, bump. Okay, watch out for this Suburban here. Okay, we're coming up on Ellis Street. Seems like the high-rise buildings are more to my left, so maybe we'll cut over in a block or two. We're at Piedmont and Ellis, if you're following along on Google Maps. Still no bike lane, so people are going by me pretty fast. The fastest way to feel empathy or sympathy for vulnerable road users is to go be one. And I appreciated my university professor who taught transportation. He made us all ride mass transit, I think 35 times over the course of, like actual fare-paying rides, like, not like get on the bus, get off the bus, all in the same day. It was like, no, like actually throughout the semester, ride a lot of transit. And it changes your perspective on planning and on transportation when you actually have to use the product. you know, the old days where you might have executives at transit agencies and state highway departments who never ever rode transit. Isn't that kind of like going to the Apple offices and finding everybody there's using a Samsung phone? You know, like you probably should use the product that, you know. Okay, do I get a little preemption here, or a, what do they call that, a pedestrian there's a term for it, but I get it before everybody else, and it is a blessing because they're about to run me over. At least I can get a little bit of a head start. But notice that Suburban, which you're going to see coming up on your left here, we're making similar time. He might finally get ahead of me here with the crossing the freeway, but you wouldn't know it. You just feel like you're on a big concrete slab. But we've crossed over the freeway, and it looks like there's a lot of urban stuff to our left. So probably, this area does not count as people first, car second. I'm on a street that's one way, 5 lanes. It probably has an important purpose for the downtown, but I don't, as a vulnerable road user, I don't like it. I mean, it just feels so wrong, like I'm on a freeway trying to make my left turn here. Okay, well, I survived that. Oh, we're sliding out here. Let's get you pushed back in. There you go. Oh, we got a super chat. All right, it's from Keep Me Conscious. Always good advice. Keep Me Conscious writes, love your videos. Not really about transportation, but do you know, will we ever get back to making beautiful buildings again? I'm tired of Legos 5x1s. So I grew up near Salt Lake City that had some of the most uninspiring building boxes in the world because Mormon culture, especially old Mormon culture, was very much about, there's an old quote that you'd even hear it in school in Utah, and it was like, use it up, I forget what it is, do without. Basically the idea is like, you got to squeeze every penny or else you might as well do without. Use it up, make it last, wear it out, or do without, or something. And it came from the Mormon pioneer times of the 1850s when they purposely isolated themselves from the rest of the world, and they were trying to make it on their own, and they realized that it didn't work very well. And then when the railroad came in 1869, they connected with the rest of America and kind of normalized it some after that. But so normalized a lot more when the federal government made them stop doing polygamy in the 1890s, but that's a very long story that's probably too off topic. So I go downtown Salt Lake City, and all the buildings with these boxes, just box. But you look at the few old buildings that we had, like the state capitol, and they were beautiful, you know. I don't remember there being a ton of WPA buildings in Utah, but I know when you go around the country, there's a lot of beautiful city halls and libraries and state capitals and things that were built as part of the WPA, and they're gorgeous. Just, you know, marble columns. And so when I went to downtown Salt Lake, and they said they were building a new library downtown, and the library had this big curved wall and with glass, and it kind of almost looked like a seashell sort of, and it just was so neat, and it's now one of the most iconic buildings in the city. And since then, a lot of other developers have tried to be more creative, doing different things. And so I think if Salt Lake City can break out of the mold and actually try to do some unique things, then I think it's possible anywhere. Because, like I say, Salt Lake City is culturally one of the most pragmatic, stretch a dollar places you'd find, you know. But the you know, rest of the country, I'm not enough of an architecture expert or anything I'm just a casual armchair observer like any of us, you know. But it does seem like right now the style is curtains of glass. So it's like you build a building, and then the whole wall on the outside is glass. Even the stairway as you walk up is just big sheets of glass mounted on for like railings, you know. And I like that, actually. I think it's a big improvement over the way buildings used to be. I think having as much natural light coming in as you can muster, I think it'd be good for prisons myself. Like, I think if you are building a new prison, you want to bring as much natural light in, because I think it's mentally healing, and I think you'd find that alone would help recidivism, you know. At minimum, at least you're just treating the prisoners with some dignity, because they're people who made dumb decisions, but they don't necessarily have to be bad people forever. I mean, the unrepentant mentally ill murderers, sure, you know, lock them in a dark cell and throw away the key, but you're run-of-the-mill people who are like, they got in a fight in a bar and they were drunk and accidentally killed the other guy, you know, and it was an accident or whatever. Like, I think somebody like that can be rehabilitated, and bringing in a lot of natural light helps. And so if that's the case, what about public schools? What about government buildings? What about office buildings? Office buildings can be pretty good about doing that. You know, I need to get over and make a left, actually. Now, how do you signal on a scooter? I'm trying to... In Portland, they have Nike, like they have these ones called Bike Town scooters. And they had like the Nike logo on them, and they had blinkers. I loved riding those scooters in Portland because they that's a Nissan for you. So I had my arm stuck out to make like a left turn, but once I start scooting, I got a green arrow. Okay. Thank you. I don't know Atlanta, so this is all new to me here. Okay, we got a red light. We can text and drive here. So a couple of new super chats. All right, West Coast coming in, huh? Pays to stay up late. So, oh boy, Abysslian. I apologize. It's a cool username. I don't know quite how to pronounce it, but Abysslian has a Canadian super chat. I need to go to Canada. We were talking earlier about the new bridge between Windsor and Detroit, and that's going to open. Super chat I had earlier tonight. It's going to open in the fall. He reminded me. I need to probably plan another trip, because that's too cool of a story not to try to grab. But anyway, well, now I can't read it because I'm rolling. Okay, Abysslian, I'll read it, but I don't want to read it while I'm driving. We'll come up to the red light here, and then I'll read your super chat here. Okay. So it's an interesting downtown because there's a lot of blank walls. I think I had an urban planning professor talk about that you need street level engagement. If you just ride past, oh, we got a green. But if you look to the left here, it's just all parking garage, right? Here, let's pull over here. We can kind of take a look. Loading dock. Now, you're going to have streets that have loading docks, right? So like this here. Yeah, I mean, somewhere in the city, you got to have a loading dock. So I don't necessarily fault them for making an area of downtown that doesn't have a ton of engagement. This is kind of poor engagement here. But, it feels kind of sketchy, like the old 6-year-old, or I make it 10-year-old rule. Would you let your 10-year-old walk down this street unaccompanied? And the answer is no, then it means it's got to work on it, right? But okay, you could argue, well, you do have some loading dock streets. But as I keep looking around Atlanta here, I'm noticing a lot of just like brick walls that don't do anything. Oh, look at this here. A little walkway for the employees. That's interesting. I guess they can get under the street. Now this is interesting. I don't know if I count this quite as engagement, but this office building here, they've got the the revolving door, and then a lot of emergency exit doors for a crush, maybe for a convention center or something. But there's potential for engagement here. Like if you look over here, you just have a blank wall, and most of this is emergency exit. And it's like, if they could have, and maybe they couldn't have done anything with it because they need the emergency exit space, but like, if they could get vendors, like have actual retail space between here and the sidewalk, or even like, if fire code allows, food carts, but just something so as you're walking through here, you don't feel like you're on Mars, you feel like you're around other people, you know? So this block here, and let's see, I'm gonna read your comment, I just keep getting green lights here, but I will read it. This is very bad engagement here. A parking garage, great. So it's literally just a wire fence here with a parking garage, but there's no actual street level engagement. And again, it's a lost opportunity, right? Because it could have been an opportunity for this property owner to say, okay, maybe I spend the extra money and build a third story on the garage, but I do ground level retail here. And so, and I think it's something the city has to require. Retail on this side, loading dock door. So this street, unfortunately, the retail's not occupied right now, but it has the potential for engagement. So I'd give them a passing grade on that side of the street. This side, it's an office building with a big blank wall, but at least there's like a swimming pool area. So it's kind of a weird form of engagement here. I think it's a hotel, but I kind of give it a passing grade here. I'll get turned around so you kind of see. So you have the big blank wall here, but on top of that is the, push this back in. On top of that is the pool deck. And so maybe I can't interact with it directly as a pedestrian, but there's going to be human beings out there, and they're going to be talking and splashing around. And so again, that makes you feel less like you're on Mars. Again, that rule of thumb, people first, cars second. Okay, that's passing grade. That's good. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to read your super chat. Okay. So Abysslian writes, no way, Rob's finally on a scooter. I hope someday you can scoot up to Canada. Well, I'd probably drive. Would you rather go somewhere to Toronto or Vancouver or somewhere else? One story I would love to do if I made it to Vancouver is in LA, everybody, all the local news is making a big hubbub because California's new VMT law is complicated and things. They want to build a Costco in downtown LA. But to make it work right, they need to have enough housing within a walking distance. It's a well-intended law, but it's got some issues. But the idea is, if you build housing and retail close together, you can cancel out some of the traffic. They're looking less about congestion and more about how much traffic you actually put onto the road. Oh, this is the Olympic Park. Oh, that's neat. There's a Ferris wheel to the left. They must have a street fair of some kind going on. And so this Costco is going to have apartments and condos on top of the Costco. And everybody's, oh, wow, that's really cool. So I'm perusing Google Street View, and you may already know the answer to this. And in British Columbia, in, not in Victoria, what's the other city? Vancouver. I'm looking at Costco. And there's a high-rise condo building on top of the Costco, like way bigger than the LA one. And I thought how fun that would be to have a story talking about, everybody's freaking out about the LA one, but like this Canadian one already happened. Push this back in. Come around the edge of the Olympic Park here. I don't think they allow scooting inside the park, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, no motorized skateboards, I think, in the park. Yeah, so that makes sense. See the engagement on the right, which you can't quite see because the bar's in the way, but it's a lot of like air conditioning equipment. that gets a failing grade. Look at that. Look at that. That's I'm not very impressed with that. And again, it's difficult, right? Because when you build a building, you got to put your mechanical equipment somewhere, right? So, but again, it's just a shame to see opportunities where they could have had something, anything, like even just like a little tiny like donut stand, but like try to engage the sidewalk so it doesn't feel so sketchy, you know? And especially we have the beautiful park on this side. Don't think people would get hungry? Any fans of American Dad who've kept up with the most recent season, there's an episode where they rob the bank at the grocery store. But inside the grocery store, they call it the Grand Grocer, you have all these like complimentary things. So it's like you come to the grocery store and they have a fish counter, right, where they're chopping up the fish. And okay, I'm on the bike side. So that's interesting. I separate the traffic. Pedestrians on the left, bikes and scooters on the right. Good design. I like that. But anyway, they go in this Grand Grocery store, and there's a fish counter. And but then right next to the fish counter, we were looking at the fish and going, "Oh, that looks yummy. I was thinking about getting fish later, but now I'm hungry for fish now." Well, right next door is a sushi bar. I'm like, oh, a sushi bar right here, right? So then while you're eating your sushi, well, you spill on your shirt. You go, oh no, I spilled on my shirt. Well, good news, there's a dry cleaner here, you know? And so you start looking at all these like complimentary, you know, businesses that all have a symbiosis because they can get customers from each other, right? So it's kind of the same idea with the city, that there's probably an opportunity for some really good money that you can make off of symbiotic uses, but then you just put your air conditioning out instead. So you have this park full of hungry visitors and tourists, and then what do you do with it? And you put your air conditioning out front. It's like, oh. You can see over here, this is the Georgia Aquarium. And that was something I got to see yesterday. I'm not normally an aquarium person, and it was one of the best science-y type things I've ever been to. I just know so little about. I now understand the importance of reefs and the concern that when you have the ocean temperatures go up just a little bit, which we unfortunately were watching happen. And then the extra carbon dioxide that we put out, you know, economic activity. And then the trouble with the that extra economic activity is the carbon dioxide. It gets water soluble. It becomes aqueous. And so then it goes down to the reef, and the pH changes just a little bit. And you make it a little hotter and a little bit more acidic, the reef dies. It just completely dies. Okay, we get to barn stands across this thing. Cool. Then we got the bike trail here. Now, Vancouver would also be fun, and this would work for Toronto too. There's some signaling they do different in Canada. It'd be fun to learn about the Ontario Traffic Manual, that's kind of your MUTCD for road signs. Because in America, you have a blinking yellow light, but in Canada, they do blinking green, you know, for the arrow, for the yield arrow. It's interesting. On a street, like, you know, in regular normal street, or in America, a no passing zone is 2 solid yellow lines, but in Canada, you can do a single solid line. So people who play GeoGuessr, that's a way of knowing you're in a Canadian subdivision, is you see the solid single line. You go, oh, okay, that's Canada. So there's little nuances that are different, that could be a fun video. I could do that from either Toronto or, but of course, if I'm doing a video about Toronto, I have to do the 401, because again, I think that's one of those stories of nobody sat down one day and said, wahaha, we want a 401 and we want it to be massive. As unurban as the 401 is, it actually looks pretty clever from an engineering standpoint, because they didn't just dump all the lanes into one general purpose, right? They didn't come at it and say, oh, I think we're leaving downtown because I'm seeing the Coke building down here. We'll probably turn around up here. But nice neighborhood though. Ooh, I guess we're hopping the curb. Ugh. Okay, let me get this pushed back in. All right. It would be fun to sit down and say, look, from like an engineering standpoint, being able to separate all the different collector distributor roads out. You know, the 401 isn't just 20 lanes each way. It's more like, well, here's 4 lanes here and 3 lanes here and 4 more lanes here. And the bigger picture of like, well, why do you have them? Well, this one freeway comes in and then it goes back off. And so rather than merging everybody in and breaking the freeway, we built a freeway next to the freeway so it can diverge back off. And so it's not quite as, you know, from an urbanist standpoint, evil. I don't think it's evil, but some people would view it as evil. And it's like, well, I just don't quite see it that way. I think it's actually quite clever. If people in Toronto didn't want it, as we talked earlier, then the answer is don't keep zoning single-family houses endlessly. You know, you know. I really think it's sad. Utah has a place called Cedar Valley. The city would be Eagle Mountain if you're wanting to look on Google Maps. And right now it's a big empty valley. It's privately owned. I think it's actually an investment firm of the Mormon Church that owns it, and the Mormon Church could have every single one of its members quit the religion and it would still exist in perpetuity forever because of how much commercial investment property they own. But anyway, they have a plan over the next 100 years to sell off to developers basically a whole valley. And I think it's saying 50 to 100 years from now, maybe 1 million plus people going out there. And it's really too bad that they can't work with the legislature now to say, let's build a really good train line out there, like a really robust, at least commuter rail line, but if not something better. And then with that, from there, build new, what do you call those? One of you mentioned it earlier, but the streetcar suburbs. Build brand new streetcar suburbs around that train station. And then you can also build the freeway out to it as well. But what you've done is you've created options. And then as you kind of watch the market demands, you truly have choice. And if more people are going, I want to ride the train, you keep expanding the streetcar suburbs. And if streetcar suburbs aren't working, then then you just go back to regular sprawl, right? But the problem is, no matter how forward-thinking a region tries to be, or even a developer might try to be, you just end up with a situation where it's, you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and then nothing ever changes, and and then, like I say, the traffic engineers get vilified for responding to the land use that they some really nice hotels along here, by the way. The Omni and the, I forgot what the other one was. Difficult for you to see. You're missing the whole right side of the road, unfortunately, but there's a Ferris wheel to our left, but I don't know if I'm allowed to turn left here. Yeah, I think I am. Put my arm out. Oh, no, I guess I can't. Probably could have, but what I'll do is I'm gonna make a left here, and then we'll U-turn and make a right. The problem is I want to signal, but like I don't dare let go of the scooter because I'm too clumsy. Even a bicycle, I could probably put my hand up and signal, but this thing feels like it's going to tip over the minute I try to signal I'm turning right. What's back here? Like a little alley? Oh, that's nice. Now, there are a lot of really nice hotels in this region. Enormous amount of parking, though. So this is an area where it gets kind of interesting because you've got the pay to park tented parking lots and low-rise garage. And so it's just kind of interesting because at what point can you tip that parking lot into something that'll make you more money? Because obviously, parking's very limited in the revenue you can make off of it. And it starts to kill the vibe, right? Parking lots, I think, pretty poor engagement for people walking around, maybe like the only time the parking lot would be decent engagements, like the basketball game got over and everybody walks to their car at the same time. That's probably okay, but then the rest of the time, especially when the parking lot's empty, it just feels sketchy, like you're gonna walk in on somebody's drug deal or something, See a poor street engagement along this street, parking lots on the left, and you gotta come all the way down to the corner before you get to this, was it Hansel and Gretel Cafe? Then you start to have something, Lucky Street, if you're following along, Lucky and, I'm not sure what the cross street is, but. Okay, well anyway, I appreciate your super chat. Give me some things to think about Toronto and stuff, but yeah, I think honestly probably what happened first if I go film that bridge is filming Windsor, Ontario. So whether I'd make it to Toronto as part of that trip or not, I don't know. But thankfully the Wyoming tunnel fire story did really well. So and I've had a very good response to those silly little ads, fake ads I put in. So the Patreons performed well too. So that's what's funding this trip. So it's freeing up. Okay, I think we're at the base of the Weston here. So if you could crane your neck up, which you can't in the scooter mount, unfortunately. But as I look straight up, I'm seeing the big round building that I'm wondering, was that the Peachtree building originally? Is it a hotel now? I'm not familiar enough to know. But AP with a super chat, double digits. Thank you very much, AP. AP writes, wow, my parents live in Atlanta. Oh, that's cool. I'll let this guy by. Okay, he's turning. So at the base of this tall tower, very bad engagement here. Just parking garage entrances. But that's cool. You say your parents live in Atlanta. Does that mean you spent time in Atlanta growing up, or did they move there after you left home? But yeah, Atlanta, no pun intended, warm. I warm up to it. Like right now, I've been lucky. The weather's been like, I think it's about as perfect as Atlanta weather can get. But a little bit of a breeze coming in now. This new microphone is super. It's got a little dead cat on it, which is not actually a dead cat, but a little fluffy thing that helps keep the wind noise down. So hopefully when I go back and review this, it'll be... Now, is my bike lane supposed to be the same as the train lane? I don't like that. Okay. Scooter wheels and train, they don't feel good going over. Okay, so the other side of that tall tower, it looks like it must have fronted the street we were just on, because looks like there's some more frontage of the building here. On the left, you see the apron for the Weston here, but the car entrance was... But this street has incredibly good, I'm on Peachtree Street, it has incredibly good street level engagement. It's like the Hooters closed. I mean, I don't think there's any loss in that, but if you were wanting to go to Hooters, it looks like it's gone. But that's interesting. Yeah, that tall building just feels so disconnected from the street. There isn't that, I've been to New York once in a car and the high-rise buildings sort of just empty right straight down to the street, where that Weston one, the big round but tall building that, I'm not sure if that was the Peachtree Tower or just another round building, but it's so set back from the street that it's almost like hard to describe. That looks like a MARTA station there on my right. But I'm not sure which station I'm at. John Portman Boulevard and Peachtree Street, if you're following along on the map. So, okay, I thought I saw another super chat. We do. Tux Gaming. Tux Gaming writes, "Hey Rob, I was wondering, should I send an email or Patreon for a video request? My town did something dumb, but it works for now with traffic." So yeah, go ahead and just send me an email. Either one's fine. You can send it to me on Patreon or email. It's so, one of the challenges is that there's a lot of neat ideas for videos, but each video is such an enormous amount of work. So what I'm trying to do is more original YouTube shorts that don't go as in depth, but I'm trying to cover more things, especially as I'm out traveling. So at least we can get a YouTube short out of it, in addition to chopping up the old videos. But that one, I've realized that I don't know how useful that is, but trying to focus on making fresh ones. But you never know. I've had many times where a viewer has sent something seemingly insignificant, and then as I start digging into it, I go, "Ooh, this story has legs." But the big thing is getting somebody knowledgeable, willing to talk candidly about it, legitimately on the record, you know. And so it's kind of like good old school journalism. You could get somebody who says, "Hey, I heard a rumor down at City Hall that Mayor Quimby is spending the road repair money on a secret swimming pool," right? Just like literally right out of a Simpsons episode. I'm plagiarizing, but if you don't have a valid source, it's very difficult to run that story, because anybody can say anything, especially if it's a step or two removed. You know, because somebody wants to attack the mayor or whatever, and so it's a political strategy. Going back over the freeway again here. It's a political strategy to come up with something and let the newspaper take the fall because they reported something that wasn't independently verified, right? So I could go out and I could just talk to residents and say, "Hey, do you think this thing is dumb?" And they all go, "Yeah, it's dumb." And then I do the story and it's dumb. A good example of that, if you remember the story about Hollister, California, where they had tried to do like a road diet thing, and it was all zigzaggy, and everybody kind of hated it because it looked dumb, and even Jimmy Fallon made fun of it, you know. And then it would have been very difficult to go out and do that as a story of just saying, "Yeah, I talked to some residents and they all think it's dumb. Isn't this silly?" You know. And maybe I can guess what the city was trying to do, but we'll never know, right? But because I reached out to the city and the mayor called back, the mayor who was consequential in the decision, the mayor who definitely was trying to do something constructive and it backfired, because he was willing to go on the record and say, "Hi, I'm Mayor," I forget his name, "and this is what we were trying to do and this is what happened." Because I got him on the record, now we have a story, right? Because I have an actual on the record, knowledgeable, responsible source. And so sometimes the challenge with a story of, like, if your town did something dumb, is if it's genuinely dumb, like the town made a mistake and they're embarrassed by it, they're afraid somebody's going to get fired, it becomes kind of difficult to go on the record, to find somebody willing to go on the record, you know. Linden and Peachtree, if you're following along. It's difficult to get somebody to go on the record and say, "Yeah, we messed up." And so then I never can find out, well, what were they trying to do? Because the city doesn't want to talk about it, right? Noticing these Florida license plate cars with the PM sticker like that one. I think they're rental cars. They're the ones I've had to be watching out for the most tonight. That guy was, if I hadn't pulled out of the way, he was ready to mow me down. We don't take kindly to bicycles in Florida. But yeah, go ahead and send me an email or Patreon message with, you know, as much information as you got. And sometimes it's fun to explore, even if it never goes anywhere. But I'm busy working right now. What's up? Yeah, sorry, I'm busy working right now. So I don't. Sorry. No, sorry. Okay. So Ponce de Leon Avenue and Peachtree. There's a Fox Theater on the left. It's not lit up. That's, might be able to see it on camera though. That was one of the better interactions I've had in Atlanta. I've gotten used to California where there's actually pretty good skills on, I had one guy come up to me, I was washing my car, and he walks up and sees my Honda and he goes, "Oh man, Hondas, those are great. Is it a stick shift?" And I go, "Oh yeah, it's a stick shift. Oh man, yeah, I used to have a 94 Civic, used to the such engine, yeah." So we're bonding over Hondas. Then he drops it on me after we've been talking for 3-4 minutes and we're kind of become friends. He's like, "Hey, I'm trying to catch this bus. I'm trying to get up to Fresno. I'm a little short." It's like, I know he's just trying to buy booze, but like at that point, it's like I had to give the guy some money, you know, because like we bonded over Hondas, you know. So you get used to like the survival of the fittest of like how skillful panhandling will be in California. So I came out to Atlanta yesterday. I'm walking around, and one guy literally just looked me right in the eye and just said, I was near Chick-fil-A, he says, "I need you to go in and buy me a number one." And I'm like, no. No effort to try to create any affinity, you know, no trying to warm me up. You just, "Hey, you need to buy me a number one." You know, it's hard. People are going through a hard time, but, you know, what do? You know, every expert I've talked to, city level and charities and things say, you know, you try to help out and be generous, but it actually perpetuates the problem, you know. But the difficult thing though is the big infrastructure to like address the problem never materializes either, you know. You have somebody who's addicted to heroin, it's like, okay, what treatment's available to them? And it's like, jail. I'm like, oh, well, that's not a very effective way to deal with a heroin treatment, you know. So then it's just panhandling, you know, to try to raise money for heroin. I'm not saying that guy was per se, I'm just saying but oftentimes that's what happened. KSL TV in Salt Lake did that. They genuinely, they weren't trying to shame people, they were just trying to get at it and say, well, look, what actually happens to your panhandling, and 9 out of 10 it was heroin, you know. And so you burn your bridges with your family and your friends, and so you don't have a support network anymore, and so, you know, then you're out panhandling, and it's, you know, it's hard to watch. And like I say, I'm not trying to fault the guy. It's you know, life's tough, you know. There's old sayings that have gotten forgotten in society that I think need a comeback. First and foremost is to have friends. Don't talk politics or religion. I think since that's all we only talk about on the internet, we broke society. But another old-timey one is, there but for the grace of God go I. There but for the grace of God go I. Whether you believe in God or not, it doesn't matter. The principle's the same. There's a humility we all need to have to recognize that we each have had privileges. Oh, there's a neat park up here, 10th and Peachtree here. This is a nice part of downtown here. Reminds me of, I'm having vibes of a part of Boston I've been to before, but I can't remember what part it was. Oh, we'll slide this back but like a big park with the high-rise buildings in front of it. But going back to that saying, there but for the grace of God go I, is the idea that we all have had privileges and opportunities in our lives, family members who may have looked out for us, and most importantly, health that we have no control over, because genetics is, you could have two healthy parents and then just it combos into bad genetics and you're sick, you know. And so there's so many things outside of our control. And so when you see somebody who's going through a hard time, even seemingly through moral failings, oh, Waymo, let's follow the Waymo. Let's see how it does. Right turning on red. It kind of stopped. I'm trying to catch the Waymo and stressing that Porsche out because I'm passing him on the right, but I want to see how this Waymo does. Stop for the red. That's good. Oh, he might be letting a passenger out. Was it? No, it wasn't blinking, so it's still going. And we'll keep seeing how the Waymo does here. Okay, anyway, back to what I was saying. So that guy who's panhandling, it's easy for me to be like, well, I went to college and I have a good family and education, and I didn't get addicted to heroin or become an alcoholic or whatever. So I don't know what he did with his life, but I hope he straightens it out, right? It's easy to say that. And maybe that applies to like 30% of it. But I argue there's 60% that's genuinely there, but for the grace of God, go I. If I had lived that man's life, not only may I be right in the same situation, I may be worse off. I could be dead, you know, because I haven't lived his life. So that's not the Waymo in front of us. The Waymo's in front of this car. So we'll have to kind of see if we can sneak ahead. Keep seeing how it does. But so far, the Waymo blends in with traffic like anybody else. It seems to be doing all right. And so I just try to be careful. You know, it's not to say that people don't have decision-making and agency and things, but I just have to be careful, because I was fortunate to have two parents who cared about me and stayed in the picture. Particularly a dad who's very actively involved in my childhood. You know, as I've gotten older, my dad's probably one of my best friends, you know. And not a lot of people get that privilege. As I said earlier, privilege isn't a thing you apologize for, but you do have to accept it with humility and recognize that there's this thing, and through no credit of my own, it just sort of worked out. You know, friends who had the privilege of having a job in 2012, and so they bought a house for a song, you know, and a friend who bought a beautiful house. Like, I think with the finished, if you counted the finished basement, it was like 2,800 or 3,000 square feet, just beautiful. He paid $250 for it. I thought he got screwed. And freshly renovated and everything. I think it was like 2014. And that thing, he's been able to ride into a very big house now, you know. And so he lives in a house I could never dream of, you know, renting a room in, let alone owning. And it's easy to feel jealous, but it's not that he's a better person than me or he made better choices than me. The difference is he had a, you know, middle-class paying job in 2012 and I didn't, right? It's a privilege. He doesn't have to apologize for that privilege, but, you know, he's a good guy, and he recognizes that it was a thing outside of his control that worked out well for him. But likewise, there's like unprivileges. There's, I don't know what you'd call it, the opposite of a privilege, but like something really sucky that happens to someone through no fault of their own. Their dad leaves when they're a kid. You know, their mom may have a substance abuse issue. Their mom may be a wonderful woman, but she has to work 2 jobs. And so she's not there. They live in a neighborhood where they don't feel safe. They don't have enough to eat, and so it affects their health. They're born with bad genetics, and so they have lifelong health problems for no reason. They have untreated mental health issues that lead to them becoming heavy smokers at a young age, and it affects their health their whole life because they didn't have the privilege of being able to go see a therapist about it. They have lived through a traumatic event, that changes their life forever. They have a bad math teacher, and they get stuck at 9th grade math and never learn anything beyond that, and it closes the door to computers and engineering and all that, the sciences, because they got stuck at algebra. And the difference between them and me is I had a good math teacher and they had a bad math teacher, and so there's so many little things that happen, and I just try to be careful, before I'm too quick to attack somebody. Anyway, I've been rambling on this way too long. I have no clue what part of town I'm in. The high-rise buildings are now behind me. But the thing with Atlanta is you just keep finding more high-rise buildings. So you keep going and you're like, oh, there's a building. The little pie graph that's supposed to show how much battery I've got left still shows all the pies. So I don't understand why, is this scooter going to suddenly crap out on me because I'm reading it wrong? But it appears to be happy, like it's got a full battery, even though we've been riding it for an hour, so I'm suspicious. So it's getting much more suburban out here, even though we're still in downtown. Peachtree, we're right where it starts to curve. We passed something called Beverly. But now, I don't feel safe at all. This is an F grade because I have no bike lane. The traffic's starting to pick up speed. But I'm not that far out of downtown. I mean, it's a big rig truck. He's got to go somewhere, but he's doing more like 35 or 40. I'm starting to not feel real comfortable. It says Buckhead this way, but I have a hard time believing that we're that close to Buckhead. I think we still got a long ways to go. Right lane must turn right. Okay, we're at Peachtree and something. Peachtree and Peachtree. All right. Xfinity has a building across the street. Looks like a high-rise Motel 6. I've never seen one of those before. It almost looks like a freeway entrance, but I don't think it is here. Let's see, is my stream stop, or we still got chance here? Looks like just hop the sidewalk. Let's see. I should probably, I keep wanting to turn around, but I get curious, so what's just a little farther down? But I think the hop the sidewalk is the right call, because I'm really not feeling safe. I think this is a high-rise Motel 6, I think. Not sure what that is. So this sidewalk gets a D+. It's pretty bumpy. Now you cross the freeway, it's beautiful. I mean, this couldn't be a nicer walk. See how on the left they have the buffered landscaping from the rest of the trail? Probably turn around and start heading back here, because it's I got to get up early to go film something in South Carolina. But it's just addictive, because you keep wondering well, what's next? You think oh, I'm getting to the end of downtown, and then you come down a little farther and more high rises. Well, why are there more high rises? Yeah, I really think micromobility, scooters like this, are just such a game changer. But it feels kind of like what I imagined driving a car back in the about a century ago, before we really started building there was literally something called the good roads movement, because you'd have this car and it was capable of some decent speed, but the roads were so muddy and bad and disconnected, And that's kind of how this feels right now, where it's if we could just rethink having, a road like this, if you could get a lot of scooter traffic on it. Whoa, this thing's about to fall out. Push it back in. Yeah, you could tell earlier the guilt of not giving that guy money, playing with my head some. Yeah, so you got like a bunch of Midtown. Is this Midtown here, or not sure what this is, but it's a bunch of like office buildings and stuff that, you know, maybe a dozen stories tops. Some of these buildings up here on the left. Yeah, I would rather be out on the street, but there's no space for me. So the question is, how far away am I from some of the other things you guys wanted to see? Because I'm kind of just getting that feeling I got to start turning around and heading back. But I don't know, I just like this Piedmont building, like, you know, a big curved building. And look at this. If you kept going straight, you run right into a grate or right into a piece of fence. That's terrible. Okay. Chick-fil-A has a nice walkway in front. I'm also worried that the scooter suddenly runs out of battery. Okay, no, we're good. We're only down one pie slice. Let's see, I'm back onto the street now. Okay, I'm gonna stop and check your text here just a second at the red light, because see what if there's anything fun going on that I'm missing out on. Okay, so it looks like oh yeah, Bennett mentions, yeah, I gotta be rested for that South Carolina filming tomorrow. Yeah, this is a film trip. It's, you burn the candle on both ends. So, but we'll turn around up here somewhere. But thanks again for the super chat, Bennett. What usually happens is right as I'm about to wrap up, I'll start getting a number of people who, you know, let me pass this guy just a second. Pardon me. But, you know, people have been thinking about super chatting, and then they hear, oh no, the stream's ending, and then they jump in. And the challenge with that is you have, boy, this does not feel, it's a nice area, but what I mean is the sidewalk is definitely not a scooter lane. It is telephone poles and obstructions all over the place. I feel like I'm gonna, you know, clock one of them with like the handlebars or something. Okay, I'm gonna stop and look at the map because I have no clue how far I've drifted outside of downtown, but I worry that it's I'm gonna regret it. But Buckhead and Peachtree battle. Okay, the question is how far is Buckhead? I think I need to go back. So I have ventured. Yeah, like if it was like several hours earlier, I'd probably scoot all the way up there, but no, it's there's no way I'm gonna get let's see, how far am I from my car? 6 miles. Okay, that's not too bad. Glad I don't have to walk it. Yeah, so I think if it was much earlier, right up to Buckhead, but I guess I'd have to save that for another live stream, because I think the problem is I can get up to Buckhead, it's then I'm just that much further. I got to turn around and go back. So okay, what way is it telling me to go back? I've never had a phone with me where I can get advice of oh, LOL, he still doesn't realize that he's in Buckhead already. Well, the map said it. The map said I wasn't. The map said I still had a long way to go. Because it was showing Buckhead's the thing over the top of the freeway, right? So, okay. I'm at Peachtree and Peachtree Park. Okay. Where, if I look on the map, the thing that goes over the freeway is it where Peachtree crosses back over the freeway? So if I put that as my location instead, how far do I have to go? Add a stop. Okay. That says I am 20 minutes, 12 miles, or no, is that the whole thing? Okay, let me get rid of my final destination. Okay. See, it says 3 more miles. No. That's, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to regret doing that, guys. You know, to go another 3 more miles. Trust us over the GPS. All right. Well, tell me when to turn, because it says three more miles is a long way to go. Gonna get out of the way of the ambulance. Okay. It's like I thought it was an ambulance, but it's a Dodge Durango that has the hospital's name on it, so I'm not sure. Push this back in. Okay, guys. Well, I hope I don't regret this, but we're gonna keep going. Now that's bad. Pothole in this sidewalk the size of a. Okay. How much farther is it? It says I got 3 more miles to the Buckhead MARTA station, which is the Buckhead you were talking about. So, okay, let me see what you're saying here. Those 3 miles are sketchy in that traffic and the sidewalk sucks. Turn around, man. There's my old home. Maybe go down Peachtree Battle or something, light with nice houses. Otherwise, it's just suburban development. Yeah, turn around. Okay. If you guys are saying turn around, I'm going to turn around because I think I've had enough fun. Yeah, because it is telling that, like, going 3 miles on a scooter is not that bad if you have a bike lane. And so that's what I'm saying is it's really a lost opportunity. You're talking about addressing Atlanta traffic, and then you know, it were much cheaper to add a bike lane. The road is about to open up and get fast if you keep going. Yeah, I don't want to be next to fast traffic. I think I have to push a button here. I don't think this thing's ever gonna signal if I don't. I was talking about earlier, the traffic signals cycling around seem to be much longer phases. But no lights. Yeah, those are the kind of people I don't want to be hit by a scooter, so. Okay. Make sure that they're all stopping. All right. So we'll start heading back. So the question is, how quickly can I get back to the neighborhood where Martin Luther King's childhood home is, because that's where I'm parked. And it might not be too bad, because last time a cop ran the red light. Yeah, good for him. Okay, so I'm going to set my GPS back to Buckhead. We'll make it Martin Luther King Museum. Start. So by car, it's saying 10 minutes, but by scooter, I think it says, yeah, the MLK house is far. Well, all right. Well, now's your chance. You want to chat about anything? You got a captive audience here. Yeah, the weather today is perfect. I mean, it's muggier than I like, but like you know, it's not the oppressive heat that gives the town the nickname Hot Atlanta, you know. I don't know what time of year. I would have thought by June it'd be kind of hot, but maybe it's a cooler year than usual, you know. So I'm at Peachtree in Brookwood. So far the sidewalk's been decent. Whoa! And then there's little minefields where all of a sudden you're going along and there's a hole the size of Texas right in the middle of the concrete. It's kind of funny right as I say that. Glad I'm wearing a helmet because I hope I don't need it, but be glad to have it if I do. I think I can make the light 4, 3, watch out for cars. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that all of this higher rise development is following a major street. Lends itself to, I mean, I'm sure the developers argued, oh, well, a certain percentage of them will take the bus, but it never seems to pan out, you know, and so I think you end up with it all being car dependent, and then it just makes the traffic worse, you know. But you have a nice long linear corridor like this, it's like, well, even if they'd done like a really robust transit loop, you know, a bus rapid transit that goes down this street, serves all the tall buildings in the neighborhoods behind them, and then runs from one MARTA station to the other. You know, I think that could have gone a long way, because I do think you get a last mile problem. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. You get a last mile problem where my uncle, he worked in an office building in Atlanta. But it wasn't right by the MARTA station. It was about a mile from the MARTA station. So he drove most of the time, because back then you didn't really have the scooters, and trying to figure out how do you get from the MARTA station to your office, you know, a mile's a pretty good walk, especially on the really hot days. And it was just, by the time you make it just inconvenient enough, it's like, okay, well, he just drove his car and just contributed to the freeway traffic. But part of me wonders on some of these corridors, like if off every MARTA station, because you don't have that many MARTA stations, but on every MARTA station, if you ran bus rapid transit off of it, and oh, that's a pretty good pothole there. Push the phone back in here, hold on. It keeps sliding out. Wish I had a way to hold it in. It's been a pretty good holder down there. It's just too bad you have to see half your screen as the post, you know. But if every MARTA station had a bus rapid transit line coming off of it, they kind of did a loop maybe to the next station or something like that, and it served these areas, I'm thinking it might be a real good investment. Oh, man, that's a bad one. Because I'm thinking of people like my uncle, if he had been able to just take his MARTA pass and get on a bus that acts like a train, you know, and branded where it feels robust and more than just a bus. Because I'm sure there was regular bus service from MARTA to his office. I guarantee it. It may have even been fairly high frequency, but the challenge was, I think there's just a lot of people who, like, I think you can, even older generations, you can get them onto a train. They seem to have no problem with that. But getting them onto onto a bus, they just immediately shut down. They won't do it, you know. I think that's been BRT, one of their bigger challenges is that you know, people, sorry, if I get distracted, it's because I'm trying to watch out for minefields in the sidewalk. But it's addictive, you know, even though it's nice to be heading back, but like this whole ride's been pretty addictive because Atlanta is just having perfect weather right now. And it's fascinating to just see this city, you know. It's built so differently than I'm used to in California, you know. A lot of it better, you know. Some of it not as good, but if you could get everybody in town to go for a scooter ride like this just once, you'd probably start to see some real serious change. I think most people just never experience being a vulnerable road user at all. So they just don't know, you know. It's empathy that drives the world, despite what Elon Musk said. Empathy is humanity's greatest strength because it allows us to actually coordinate projects as a team. And I think a lot of times the judgmental stuff you see that prevents a transit project from getting built is just because the opponents just can't relate to the problem. And if you could just get enough people to experience the problem where they kind of at least can say, well, that doesn't affect me directly, but I now can sympathize with the people this does affect, then I think things start to get better. Oh man, see the ADA ramps are all over the place. You know, you get looking, trying to figure out where they are, and okay, I'm gonna have to put this phone back in its holder here. Stop up here at the red light. Okay. Well, any fun messages I'm missing here? Nope. But I'm happy to keep you company. We still have a triple-digit audience, so you're part of a, for me, I think a surprisingly big audience for just urban exploring. That or there's a bunch of people who turned it on and then, you know, walked away to cook dinner and never came back. See, this is a odd spot because if I want to see what's happening, the traffic signal's in my way, so I can't see if there's a car coming. It's a little weird. Like I say, there's very poor consistency with ADA. It's one thing I hadn't considered when they say you're not allowed to ride on the sidewalk, because they say, oh, well, the speed is incompatible with people who are walking, right? I hadn't considered is I could go in at a pretty good speed and then I go to hit the ADA ramp and it's not there, you know, or it slid over, and so then I biff it over the edge of the sidewalk. So. Interesting. Some live streams are just the messages are flying by so fast I'm missing almost all of them, and then other times it's maybe just because it's chill, middle of the week, everyone's just kind of, you know. But I keep checking. I go, you know, I'm expecting to see like a, you know, you guys having a big discussion about something or whatever that I can yammer about, and then look down and the chat's frozen. So either my phone froze or it just chilled tonight. You know, possible the phone froze. I don't know, but that's fine. You know. Saw a sign for Emory University Hospital. You always hear the names of these, you know, really prominent universities, and then, but I never could place. Oh, new office building there across the street, going up. But I never could place, like in my head, what metropolitan area that universities is. So now I know. I guess Emory is in the Atlanta area. Yeah, it's interesting. Where I'm supposed to be, it's like when they plan the street out, you know, the so-called bike lane area, it's where all the sewer covers are. You know, things that, like, if you could go back 50, 60, 70 years, you say, oh yeah, don't put the sewer cover there, put it over slightly to the left or whatever, because that's where the bike lane's going to be. But 50, 60, 70 years ago, they didn't even have the concept of a bike lane, you know. So all right, but I can see downtown, so that's a good sign. Yeah, overall, a lot of Atlanta, like any downtown, Atlanta is imperfect. But there's a lot of really good street engagement. Not everywhere, but plenty of it. And as you get into the grid, decent bike lanes. Yeah, now we're starting to see some bike infrastructure here. Check out my map and see. Where's my map? So it says I need to turn left on 10th. Okay. So I got to actually do the bike boxes to. I can't turn left on 10th. Can I? Oh, I guess it's a two-way street. And then I'm supposed to go down 10th. I should put it on bicycle directions. How do I do that? Settings. Yeah. Shoot. I'm running out of time here. I'd love to reset it to bike directions, but it... directions, no. I'm about to get my green. And my time is forever run out on this light, so. But it wants me to go down 10th, so we'll stop here. Bicycle, here we go. Okay, start. So it's still saying turn on 10th, okay. Yeah, is the chat frozen or is it just dead? I can say nothing wrong with that. I just... Oh, no, it froze. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I missed. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Yeah, you guys are having a great conversation. I missed out. Is it going to send you down Boulevard? I don't know. It says it's going to send me down 10th. I'm feeling less lonely. My silly phone... froze the chat, so it looked like clear back in Buckhead or wherever, like everybody was kind of done talking, and so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, turns out you guys have a lot of talk going on. Okay. Well, at this red light, I'll have to read. Okay. I gotta get stopped again and see how far down 10th I'm going, because it's. I should turn the voice thing on so I can hear where. Making good time, writes not Shiloh. That's a funny name. I like your username. I'd stay on Peachtree and just turn left to Auburn. Well, too late. I'm on a road with no bike lane. I put it on bike direction, but I think it's got a Sharrow, so I think that's what it's doing. Yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't reading your guys' chats. The phone froze the chats because the YouTube app is wonderfully written. And so I was sitting there going, well, how on earth are 120 people watching but nobody's chatting? Like, it seemed a little weird. I thought, oh, we got our Pride crosswalks here. Piedmont and 10th. Technically, a Pride crosswalk is not MUTCD compliant, but neither's an American flag crosswalk for that matter. So, okay, well, look at that. Did you see that? The bike striping leads me right into a block of concrete, and then it says use ped signal. Oh, it's because it becomes a two-way. Okay, well that might. No, nobody's looking. We're gonna run it. Okay, but still, there's little minefields they set up for bicyclists and scooters, because if I wasn't paying attention, I'm just following the lines, I just run right into that curb. I don't like that at all. Yeah, this is nice. You see a project like this from the perspective of somebody driving a car. You think like, oh, well, it's all the bureaucrats in City Hall and they're going to do some woke bike lane, But then when you actually use the thing, it's okay, go ahead. But then when you actually use the bike lane, you're like, oh, this actually makes a lot of sense, Okay, when we get to somewhere here, I'll stop and read the chat. I think the next tricks, so thanks to your help, you each coached me a little bit last live stream of what to do to try to get the phones working better. Okay, use 2 different phones. Get the sound working better. You guys recommended the DJI mic, which so far I believe tonight's been working like a champ. At least the green light's still on anyway. So now it's like, is there a way it could like read the text through like an earphone to me? So if I'm traveling, I can turn right on Monroe. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't miss it. Piedmont Park is great, but should go back during the day. Okay, hold on, let me see where I'm at on the map here. So it's saying it's saying to turn here, but we can go down to Monroe, that's fine. Nope, racing a line bike. The line bike is winning, handily winning. So I was hogging the bike lane, so he jumped out in the street, and he's just cooking on that thing. I don't know if because the right side of your view is blocked, I'm not sure if you can see him, but he's just flying with that line bike. Yeah, yeah, every time I use this kind of infrastructure, I just warm up to it a little more and a little more, Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and cross. And then I think it was saying to take this diagonally thing. Okay. Oh. The scooter is in turtle mode. It knows it's in a park, so it's not gonna let me go quite as fast, but that's fine. Okay, so according to the map, I stay on this for a while. cross over the freeway, I guess. No, I go cross over the street that crosses the freeway. Okay, that John Lewis Freedom Road. It's like a whole shopping center to the right. You can't quite see it, but talking about engagement, suburban engagement is something I've never really stopped to think about. Hey, they have a Trader Joe's in there. Okay. Well, it's too bad they're, it's like late at night and they're closed, but. Okay, so it's saying my next turn is I still got 2 more miles to go. But it's saying this trail is the way to go. I think if I wasn't under a speed restriction, I'd just be hoofing. This would be totally the way to go, but because I'm not having to cross all the city streets. But I'm in turtle mode, so it's dawdling along, So. Okay, it looks like I go down to Auburn, so then I'll be close. So. Okay, let me text and drive. Make sure I get past these people here. On your left.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm the one going around. It's all good. Oh, this thing really went into a turtle mode here now. That or it died. Come on, Scooter. Oh, did I max out my ride? All right. Maybe it says I ran out of money or something. Okay, well, I gotta figure out what the scooter's doing here. All right, Lime. Okay, yeah, I spent $35. That's fine. We ended this ride for you. Notice that your ride was unusually long and ended it for your convenience. Okay. It was not particularly convenient, but that's all right. So then, is this my scooter? Showing no scooter. Oh, great. Scan, okay. Scan the barcode. Okay, starting ride, starting slow. Okay. Slow mode. Lowers your top speed while you ride. Okay, whatever. Okay. We're back in business here. Okay. Convenient to leave you stranded, yeah. I think what they figured is the ride had gone on for like an hour or 2.
Oh, shit, on that.
Oh, it's my bad. Oh, no. Now that's my bad.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the scooter turned off while I was riding it, so.
What is that smell? It's my dog. I'm hungry, y'all.
Okay. Okay. And just in time for another super chat here from Matt Brannigan, which I'll read when I'm not going to run people over here. Okay. So I'm going to slow down here. Matt writes, how does Atlanta's transport infrastructure compare with other southern cities? It feels like you're in one of the better ones now, but what's the vibe you get now? So I haven't spent a ton of time in southern cities. Dallas, it's better than Dallas. St. Louis, but I didn't ride their transportation, and St. Louis is almost more Midwest. Little Rock has nothing really to speak of. What other southern cities have I been? I've never been to Florida. Probably need to change that at some point. But Atlanta, I think Atlanta is good enough. It could try to compete with even the Northeast. It's no New York or DC, but it's not as MARTA is not as spread out as the T in Boston, but the T in Boston feels ancient. When you ride MARTA, you feel like you're light years newer, even though it's a 40-year-old system. Yeah, it feels more like MARTA feels a lot more like the Bay Area one, BART. But yeah, I haven't, being from out west, I haven't spent an enormous amount of time in southern cities. This is venturing new territory for me. If Atlanta did not have the main MARTA heavy rail system, I think it would be an absolute Houston level disaster, just a big mess. But because they have the MARTA system, I wish there was a way to, well, okay. You remember like 8 years ago, Georgia's Department of Transportation was storing polyethylene tubing underneath the freeway on Interstate 85. And 3 guys went down there and started, I think, smoking crack or something, and they set the whole thing on fire. So, which way am I supposed to go? Apparently I'm out of the park, so. All right. Can't make up his mind. Looks like they both go the same place. And so for a while, Interstate 85 was totally shut down for a few months while the contractor and Georgia DOT did some pretty amazing work trying to hurry and turn around the project, get that freeway back open, because big sections of it collapsed because the polyethylene tubing, caught on fire and burned the freeway down. And so overnight, MARTA saw a 25% jump in ridership, just because of people who actually could have used it all along. Like my uncle was one. It was one of them. Put up with the trouble of that last mile problem because it was a much better alternative to ride MARTA than it would be taking city streets that basically are impossible in Atlanta. You just don't have a viable alternative if Interstate 85 is broken, And so, what if you took that experiment and reversed it? Like, what if MARTA just disappeared? Like, what would happen? All right, full speed again. No, slow it back down. It's like we keep entering and exiting these slow zones, I don't know. Just kind of a fun thought exercise, but yeah, I appreciate the thought of that in your super chat, Matt. I need to spend more time in southern cities. Like I say, I'll put it this way: I haven't been to Orlando, but I can guarantee you, Atlanta, with all of its problems, is probably a more holistic transportation system than Orlando. I think Orlando, I don't know that you have I just, if you don't have a car in Orlando, it sounds like you're gonna have a bad time, That's what's funny about Los Angeles, is Los Angeles has that reputation of being the absolute worst, no transit whatsoever. Los Angeles actually has pretty good transit. It's just the county is so massive, LA County, that the transit just can't quite go everywhere, And so, but there's a heck of a lot of people who ride LA Metro every day, LA Metro is really a pretty remarkable system, Okay, let's see. Any, I prefer my bike, writes Tommy. Make sure I close the chat and reopen it, because last time the chat sort of stopped and then Okay, yeah, we got some more. R writes, I was in LA recently and used transit and was impressed. Yeah, I mean, if you go to places that the transit serves, it's pretty top notch. They had a bad violence problem about year and a half ago, but LA City declared an emergency, and the county sheriff got involved, and from what I understand, they worked hard and turned it around. You know, it got bad because there was 1 week where there was like a stabbing a day, and not all of them were just random, but still, you don't want to be on a train where like 2 people have beef with each other and a guy gets stabbed. You know, and so it robs your confidence of being able to ride the system and feel safe. But I mean, imagine if it was that way with airlines, where like, on American Airlines flights out of LAX, there was a week where somebody got stabbed every day on a flight. It's like statistically the odds of you being the one stabbed on the plane is like 1 in 200. And 2, the odds of being on that plane that day is like, 1 in 100. And then the odds of you flying that day is 1 in 365, and so it's like you start multiplying all together, and it's like you're more likely to get struck by lightning than you are to get stabbed. But still, humans aren't computers, we're animals, and so we go like, oh my gosh, I don't want to ride metro, I could get stabbed. I mean, it was the point where I was making jokes about it. And but despite a lot of cynicism that government's completely inept and things. No, like LA City and LA Metro, which isn't really government per se, but it's public, went to tackle a problem and it got better. It's not perfect. Crimes still happen on Metro, but when you make an effort to do things, the answer to bad government isn't no government, it's good government. You go and you fix it, problem solving. So I was happy to see LA Metro do that. But let's see, Matt writes, LA has a proper bona fide airport train station at last. It's outrageous it took so long. You heard the story about that, right? So in 1990, when they built the 105 freeway light rail system, they were talking with LAX, and they're saying, it kind of makes sense, this train's running west, we ought to just run it right into the airport. And this was 1990, and the airport executives at the time, being very forward-thinking, said, well, we got to pay for airport operations, and the 2 ways we make the most money are landing fees. Every time a plane lands, you pay per passenger. I think Denver's one of the most expensive. It's like $5 per passenger. And that helps pay off the airport bonds and stuff. And it's like, okay, we got to pay per passenger, but we also need to pay per passenger. But the other way LA was making their money is parking fees. So people come in, park their car. It was a non-insignificant amount of money that was helping LAX keep their landing fees low. And so in the logic of 1990, they said, well, we'll say no on the train because that'll mean more people will take the train to the airport and we'll make less money off the parking fees. Okay, it seemed kind of rational at the time. And I think it was like 4 years later, they're like, oh, oops. Because they started looking and they go, well, we got such a bad traffic jam that, boy, it sure would be nice if the train came into the airport. But by then it was too late. The project had wrapped up, the money had been spent. Sorry, no train for you, Okay, so that's the Atlanta Beltline Trail. That was pretty nice. It doesn't tell me what cross street I've hit. So am I here? Do I need to turn? I'm not going to go back down to Krog Street. We did that earlier. Let me look at the map here and see. I am at, because I need to go down to, oh yeah, I turn here. This is Irwin, and then I need to get over to Auburn. Okay, so we're almost there. So it took LA another 35 years from that mistake. All right, back to full speed here. Yeah, now they have a genuine train station for that new line, or the Crenshaw line, and then the 105 line, I think, actually meet together. And then the People Mover, which has cost billions, just billions, where they could have had a train going there, but the People Mover will be, you walk out the front door of the airport, and instead of getting in a car, you can get on a automated airport train. Think like what they have in Dallas, except this one's on the outside of security. Okay, Gasparo, Auburn. Oh, okay, I'm on Auburn. But yeah, think about like the Dallas one, except on the outside. And then the idea is that it will bring you to the metro. So you won't be able to just leave LAX and hop on a train, but at least you'll be able to take a People Mover to a train and then, go from there. So. Well, that Atlanta Beltline trail was a fun surprise. I didn't even know that existed. So I'm impressed. Okay, well, I think I'm back in the general area of Old Wheat. Yeah, I think I'm near where we started. Birth Home Block. Yeah, so this looks starting to look right. Yeah, if I can just remember where I parked. That's the fun part of it. I think I'm one more block down. So I know I'm on this side of the museum. Hogue Street, that sounds right. There's my car. All right, made it. Well, I'll probably park the scooter and then wrap things up, but we're back where we started at the birthplace of the civil rights movement, which, had it not happened, I think America would have fallen apart. So, an important moment in our history. So, okay, well, on that happy note, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you the last 5 hours, and start ending a little early for those of you on the West Coast, and more than you're accustomed to, but that's just the breaks of being on the East Coast and midnight and having to be in South Carolina by noon. I got to call it a night. So pleasure hanging out with you, and let me just look at one last bit of check. Oh, Bennett, that was fun. Glad to see you ride the Beltline. Well, I look forward. Bennett's the source of the story I'm working on for tomorrow, so look forward to. So, but yeah, good night to everybody, and pleasure hanging out with you. And I will, once I figure out how to stop this thing, call it a night.